Hello. See, you know, because people are being mean to me in chat, we're not going to start the stream for another 2 minutes. So here you go. Don't be mean to me. I haven't had coffee yet. Oh, you want more Scorned? All right, dude, I got you. Scorned is dope. Scorned is amazing. I really wish they still made music, but yeah, no, we can do that. We can do that. Okay, KSP, we can do that. Okay. Alright. I'm awake. Alright, I'm awake. Yep, I'm awake. Oh man, that band's amazing. We gotta go look, see if they still play. Who needs coffee when you have Scorned? Dude, it sounds so good, man. That's weightlifting music right there, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so, trade studies for shuttles, part 1. Yep. Okay. Your shirt matches your coffee cup. Hey, color coordination is not a bad thing, okay? Did you hear about the Foo Fighters news? I'm gonna go ahead and guess that they called it quits because of Taylor Hawkins died drummer. Oh, yeah, no, I knew about that. Man, it's the internet. My job is on the internet. I usually find out about current events real quick. Yeah, sucks, man. That sucks. Kinda is what it is, dude. They just canceled all this year's shows. Geeson, you're starting a flight company for exclusively bald people. I'll call it Receding Airlines. You want a lifetime pass.
Go and throttle up.
No, I'll pass. On the pass. Serious, I found one of my old science and textbooks, and the shuttle to the future concept sounds familiar. What is this, serious? Space shuttles of the future. will have much bigger engines. They will not need separate external booster rockets, so they will be less expensive. Sanjay, what's up, man? How about that Smith & Messon? It's borderline majestic, man. Ah, yes. Have you tried just making a bigger rocket engine? Oh, yeah, okay. All right. Sea Dragon would like a word. Yeah. Is that the rocket that doesn't exist? Oh yeah. Shuttle Block 2. Okay. Jewel, I have an ex-wife that could shoot that Smith & Messon with no problems. That's probably why she's in prison. I don't know what I don't know if the... Should I be laughing? I don't think I should be laughing. Yes? Okay, cool. Can't fix stupid, man. What do you want? It is pretty funny, dude. It's perfectly okay. That's why she's the next. All right, cool. Cool. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, let's do this. We gotta find a way to put that damn shuttle stack together. And I have no idea how we're gonna do that. What's my favorite old rifle? Does an M14 count? Is that an old rifle? Like, how old are we talking here, T-Man? You got 4 inches of snow today, Zonic? Oof. Here's a random game question. Hit me. What's up? Like back in the good old Western days. Dude, Winchester. Can't lose. Winchester. Chambered in 4570. That's how the West was won, man. Or a Springfield. Or a Craig Jorgensen. I like those two. Those are nice. Springfield, though. 1891 Argentinian Mauser. Perfection. Hey, Dip, what's going on? Take the 30-30. You have a Winchester Model 94 and 3855. Wow. Wow. That's impressive. In KSP, when it loads the overview of your base, sometimes mine is completely dark. Jewel, I'm assuming you're not talking about like the day-night cycle button up here. Enfield, good call. You can warp the sunrise, but I think this is more of like a screen thing. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, see, you're not stupid. So, all right. And the only way to fix it is to reload. That's a strange one, dude. I haven't really encountered that much in the vanilla game, dude. I mean, that's debatable. Dipstick, you got stung by a wasp earlier. I think they're building a nest near your window. Here, I got you. Here. Take it. Fine, don't take it. Jeez. Did Brimo get the yarn last night? Yep. Well, what mods do you have installed? Do you have any graphics mods? Graphics mods would probably cause some kind of conflict with the shaders, dude. That's just a guess, though. That's the 3D modeler talking. That guy doesn't get to talk much lately. But... Alright, let's find the shuttle stack. Did she make the Pepe yet? She's working on it. It takes time. Crochet takes time. But yeah, we will have it. We'll have a Pepe for the dank mems. Okay, so your vanilla is my stream, and you still get that. That's got to be video drivers, dude, or some graphics setting that you have. I'm gonna guess video drivers. Would your way of integrating the shuttle work? Would your old way? What was my old way, T-Man? But you won't be able to show it due to the green screen. Hippo's sad. That's got to be graphics drivers, dual. If you're in vanilla KSP and you're having some shader problems, it's either graphics settings somewhere or the drivers. Who is this Eric Johnson guy? I don't know. I know my wife crochets, but she don't be making the Pepes. Yeah, I know. That's, I mean, dude, that's... See what I'm saying? Not every woman... Find a woman that will crochet you a Pepe. Any news on the house? 19 was the resubmit date. Oh, yeah, no. The house got taken off the market in probate. Ernock. Yeah. Something went wrong there. Yeah. Yeah, something's wrong. Not with the house. Something's wrong. Somebody screwed up the paperwork somewhere. Yeah. Drummer probably didn't pay the gas bill. Yep. That's probably right. In English, someone tried to sell a house that relatives didn't want to be sold. Yep, something's wrong there, dude. I don't know what it is. Okay, something's peeking. Yeah, so that, yeah, I talked to my realtor yesterday, and he was like, yep, let's just, let's look for something else. I'm like, sounds good, man. He's like, we can just, you know, go find something else. I'm like, all right. Gonna drive out and look for another one with River today. Listed at 610. You might be able to get it for 650. Have to work the angles now to soften the VA loan phobia people have. Doom, have you tried writing a letter? I've been waiting years for the Shuttle Stack stream, yep. Literally almost happened with the house we just bought. Two sisters inherited this house from their recently deceased mother. One wanted to sell and the other one did it. Almost lost the house because of it, but it got squeaked through. Yep. Yeah, goalie, something is, I'll update you guys as we see it, but yeah, something's wrong. Yeah, dual lucky. I knew I should have bought a house in like 2019, but Remo and I didn't have enough money for a down payment, dude. That's the real problem. Are you thinking on payload? I'm not sure, Ordon, to be honest with you. I really don't know how this is going to work. Like, how do we stack? How the heck am I going to stack this? Yeah, sup. Sucks, dude. It is what it is, man. It seems the house issues are global. Even in the Netherlands, it's hard to get a house. Yeah. I mean, this is anywhere that was locked down, guys. Yeah, I'm not... Like, so the pandemic hit, right? And nobody was building anything for like 2 years. Nobody was building houses because you couldn't, right? There's your shortage right there. At least I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Use the crane you made, yep. Yeah, do it. Alright, so this is the shuttle pad, right? That's the pad that I was working on, but maybe we should... Maybe we should try something a little bit different. Start with the gantry crane and you'll have to go from there. Well, okay. But the gantry crane needs to be able to go left, right, forward, and back, right? That left. Housing in Oklahoma's cheap, 125K for 3, but don't say that to me, Duel. I'll go right back to Veneta and I'll buy a damn farm, dude. Don't say that to me, man. Go right back. I'll be like, yeah, this is all mine now. I'm gonna make a short track. You won't. Dude, if it gets too bad, it will. You wanna know what 125K will buy you here? A friggin' broom closet. Anyway. Moving on. Just make sure you keep all 4 wheels this time. Nah, the locals would probably hate me. They'd probably hate me. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they'd probably hate me at first. We'd probably fix that. Build a damn circle track, dude. How about deploying the shuttle in the mobile launcher and rolling it to a superstructure? Yeah, see, Geeson, that's the thing. Buy the farm, and then you have all the room for trucks. Yeah, see, that's when the locals will be like, alright. There are country boys up here. It's just few and far between. As for me, I have no idea how this happened. Duel, I don't know how this transpired. If you looked at where I live and you'd said that this environment could produce someone that likes NASCAR, pickup trucks, shotguns, like, you'd be like, I don't. All right. I don't know how that happened, man. Did I? All right. All about NASCAR and football here. Oh man. All right. See. Okay. All right. Hey, Daitor, what's up? That still lets you get some integration without taking hours. Yeah. All right. Enough houses. Enough pickup trucks. I can talk about pickup trucks literally all day. Hey, Flagon. 10K per acre. I grew up on NASCAR, but I prefer F1 now. That's fine, Cammy. I just like watching cars go fast. I'm super basic. It's true. Nice. So, rocket ship houses. Alright. Dude, it's like we can just appreciate all racing, dude. Like, I like stuff that goes fast. Like, it's not complicated, man. That's why I like rockets so much, because they go the damn fastest. You know? They go faster than anything. Frick you. They go so fast, they tear a hole in the atmosphere. That's sweet. I can get behind that. That's cool. You know? How would you even build a 3-axis gantry? I'm not 100% on that one. But we do have to go because we don't have much time. I'll take 8,000 horsepower. Yeah, right? Is this a shuttle pad? It sounds familiar. Yeah. Yeah, T-Man. No, I'm with you on that one. Alright, so here's the stack. This is what I had. And we had a covered docking port down here. And then we had the primary docking port up here. Oh, man. Dude, how in the frick am I going to put that together? Alright. Alright. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Reference time. We're going to need a 3-axis crane, right? We'll see. So, what am I doing today? Good song. I'm doing a trade study this week. My trade study is to... let me shut this for a second. My trade study is to figure out to see if there's a quick and easy way to be able to put a shuttle stack together, okay? So we're messing in engineering mode, right? We're messing in engineering mode, and I need to figure out a good way to put the thing together. I'm not 100% sure how we're going to get that done. Here, let's go to images.nasa.gov. No. I gotta figure out how they put the damn stack together. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have a good idea, and there's plenty of good pictures in here. There's plenty of great pictures, actually. Like that one, for instance. This is a picture that you look at, and you know, if you don't, you look at it, you know, in passing, and you're like, oh, that's a pretty cool picture. And then you realize that that shuttle is about, oh, I don't know, 300 feet up in the air, and the stack is down there, and that's on top of a mobile launcher. And then it's like, wow, that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Hi, Discovery. You'll be looking good today. With a docking port versus a decoupler. Well, we can't use decouplers. Alright, so we're going to have to... I designed this shuttle stack. I designed it to be able to be integrated, but I never finished it. So we gotta really figure out... Whoa, that's a big ET just chilling. Alright, let's see. Let's check this one.
How do we prepare the orbiter for space flight? We do that at Kennedy Space Center in one of our 3 orbiter processing facilities, or OPFs. The orbiter is just one of the components of the space shuttle vehicle, although sometimes people refer to the orbiter as the space shuttle itself. To us, the space shuttle vehicle is the twin solid rocket boosters, the white things, the large orange external tank, and then the white winged orbiter that just hangs off of the external
titanium
tank.
white.
To prepare the orbiter for flight after it lands from a previous mission, we send it to one of our 3 hangars that we have here, known as the Orbiter Processing Facilities, or OPFs. We'll spend a lot of months inside the OPF doing all the preparation work for all the engineers, technicians, and inspectors to get in and do all the things that we need to do do those preps. Finally, usually about a month and a half before we go out to the launch pad, we roll the orbiter out of the orbiter processing facility, take it over to the vehicle assembly building where the stacked solid rocket boosters and the external tank have already been mated. We then lift the orbiter way up high after we get it vertical, and then we attach it to the external tank in 3 locations with explosive bolts. We spend about 1 week inside the vehicle assembly building, do all the final prep work there, and then we finally roll out to the launch pad where we'll spend about a month doing all the final preps there, getting ready for flight. At T0, as you know, the main engines, those are located on the back of the orbiter. Those will ignite and send the whole space shuttle vehicle up into space. And that's how we prepare the orbiter for flight.
Oh, you just tried preparing the orbiter, 5-head? All right. Well, I got to talk myself through this then. All right, so let's take a look. There's a straight stack. So we know a couple of things here about how this all works. They stack the SRBs first, just like they did with SLS. Same thing, or just like they did with the shuttle, and they are doing with SLS. No, not Saturn. We need shuttle. Let's go looking through my image archive. There we go. See right here? There's a pin that holds the external tank to the SRBs. See that? So the external tank is hung on the SRBs. It's not attached to any part of the pad. Only the SRBs are. So, ooh. Yeah, see. And the loading device right there has the pin wide open so they can hang it. Hey. There's a load bracket right there. Yeah, see? There's the pins. See the pins that come out of the SRBs right there? You can just see it. And then those are being held together with a Z-truss segment. At least I think that's a Z-truss. Not sure. This piece actually is inside of the external tank. This piece right here in the center that holds the SRBs together. See that? Yeah, that's inside. Not sure why they would be moving out just 2 SRBs in this particular scenario, but hey, whatever. About the shuttle, a Australian was on the last flight. What? Thomas, you got something? Yep. Yep. It's just an explosive bolt. Okay. Is that the only piece that connects the tank to the SRBs? There's 2 spots, Hellfish, fore and aft. Just that little pin, which is about this big. I'm saying maybe like 3 or 4 inches in diameter. But keep in mind, the pin is not structural. The yellow and the blue part is the structural piece. And this is how I put stuff together in KSP. When we're integrating stuff in KSP, the explosive bolt is my docking port, right? I do not rely on docking ports for structure. That's dumb. It won't work. It'll be a wobbly noodle. We don't want that. I use same vessel collision instead, because bolts usually don't carry structure. They just hold flanges together, and flanges carry structure, right? So that's the forward attach points. The aft SRB attachment points, dude, if I told you that they were ratchet strapped to the SRB, would you believe me? Because that's basically what they are. It's just a ratchet. It's like a ratchet strap, but the ratchet strap has basically an explosive bolt in it, and it blows the ratchet strap apart. I mean, that's basically it. It's basically like that. It's not very complicated. They were trying to make it as simple as possible. Here, let's try SRB stacking. Ready? SRB stacking. Yeah, the aft attachment point is very simple. It's just, there's a ring that goes around the first segment SRB, at the top of the first segment SRB, and it looks like this. It looks like a C shape, and the SRB is obviously in the center. And then where my pointer fingers are, there's two explosive bolts that kind of just hold it together. Think about like an exhaust or a hose clamp on a car. Literally that, but the bolt that you use to tighten it is an explosive bolt. It's basically that. Yeah, it's not complicated. I mean, it is, but it also isn't. I once caught a fish this big. Yeah. They're very simple, dude. It's elegantly simple, to be honest. Oh, nice, drummer. There you go. All things SRB. Alright, let's check. Yeah, there it is. Look. See? The attachment points are on a ring. That's it. And then it looks like, I never noticed that, but it looks like there's 3 struts. It looks like there's a sideways strut that's basically working like a panhard bar. See the sideways one? It does the same thing as a panhard bar. It triangulates the SRB onto the back of the external tank. That's it. Those 3 struts and the strut on top are the only thing that's holding that thing together. It's pretty crazy, right? I'm amazed that this thing worked. Like, every time. It worked every time. And you know what took this thing... You know what made this thing fail? An explosion right next to it is what made that thing fail. The only time it ever did. It's pretty damn impressive. Can I do this in KSP? Hey, Car Toys. I'm not sure, man. Yeah, see? They have a diagonal strut assembly. It's doing the exact same thing as a panhard bar. Interesting. It's holding the SRB in place to make sure that the SRBs don't do this. It's probably over-engineered. Yep, there you go. There's your explosive bolt, and there's a frangible nut. This explosive bolt has a charge. The SRB pyrotechnic firing cable, alright? There's basically a shotgun shell in there. That's what it is. That's all an explosive bolt is. It's just a bolt with a shotgun shell inside. And then they detonate the shotgun shell, and it blows up. That's it. And then it's inside of an energy absorber. See this? It's inside of an armored box, so it doesn't damage the vehicle when it pops. Simple. See? It's not a shotgun shell. It's more like a primer cap, but a big freaking primer cap. It'd be like a primer cap on a bullet, but the primer cap is the size of a shotgun shell. It's huge. Yeah, it's pretty damn... Oh... Separator motor. Here's your separator motor. Look at that. Hey, Snake, what's going on, man? Great pictures from Crew 4, man. Yep, there's the seal. Check this out, guys. Look, the igniters for the SRBs, for the separator SRBs, are they're parallel. They're wired in parallel. See that? They're for redundancy, so they separate. Hey, Max. There's an attenuator. SRB forward booster separation mode. It's pretty cool. Alright. So it slides on a pin. Got it. Alright. Thank you, just getting ready for finals. Have fun. Alright. Here's how I engineered mine. I mean, Thomas, I based it off of that to a point, right? I basically made a bracket in a guide here to hang that SRB, to hang the external tank on the SRB. See that? And then when you slide it down into position, the docking ports will align. And then the aft strut is also on a docking port. I don't need triangulated struts like this because this port can just be closed. And then we'll attach that port second. Did you ever launch this one? I launched this one the other day. Oh, by the way, don't know if you ever got around to reading my DM, and you have a second one too. I read the first one, Max. Not a fan, to be honest with you. And on the second one, yeah, go ahead, dude. Yeah, that's no problem. Yeah, it was actually this exact craft file on this, yeah. See, check it out. Look, I copied their separator motor design. I copied NASA's. I use liquid rocket booster separators, though. LRB separators to reuse, so I could reuse the boosters. I even designed these boosters to go be towed out, fished out from the ocean. They have parachutes and everything. I'm telling you, man, it took me 6 months to make this. That is, I can't make a better shuttle stack. This is an exact copy, right down to the dynamic loads. It loads in all the same spots as the actual shuttle. Like, I cannot do better. I can't do better. This is about as good as it's gonna get for making a stock-alike shuttle. How would you lift the SRB? I'm not sure. Kind of makes you a bit nervous seeing this. Yeah. Yeah, Thomas, take a look. Look at this. I mean, you know how big the shuttle is. And it looks tiny inside of the VAB. Well, I don't know if saying I can't build a better booster is kind of, I don't know, maybe. Hey, Sneaky. Yo, square format? Who wants to bet that's taken on a Hasselblad? Hey, Snake, can you do me a favor? Like, can we find some kind of project to get you a camera, like a Hasselblad from the 60s or something? And, you know, like when SLS rolls out again, you know what I'm saying? Like, we should make that happen. But anyway. How are we going to stack the SRBs? I'm not 100% on this. How about that? I found my dad's old Hasselblad in the back of a closet last Christmas. Ha 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 ha. Yes, Neo. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I know, Jim. I figured replying to the first one, but if you have 10 minutes or whatever to talk about, maybe we could figure out something better. guess. Yeah, Snake, that's cool, man. I'm gonna show up to the press site one day with a Polaroid. Just, you know? Alright. Some type of bracket like Dart. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
7. The real thing comes down to putting 2 boosters together. I don't know how we're gonna do that. I do have my shuttle stack though, the stack prototype. Yeah, Jim, they're around somewhere. I mean, how many people know what a freaking roll of film is anymore, dude? But see, you know, the other thing about that is that, you know, everybody probably knows what a roll of film is. You can't play the, I remember back in my day, I had this, so you probably don't know what that is. You can't do that with kids nowadays, because they could just Google what the heck it is and figure out everything about it, and probably know more about you. You probably know more about it than you who freaking grew up with it, you know? You can just do that nowadays, you know? Like how floppy disks are 3D printed save icons. Ugh. No, Jim, I don't think they'd know that. Dude, I'm not, this is not gonna, how in the hell are we gonna do this? Is there any possible way to use fewer docking ports? Nah, not really. I think the way that I had this set up, Hellfish, was that I would anchor the boosters in. We would anchor the boosters in first. We'd drop the boosters into position. And no. We could Kerbal attach struts, King, but like, yeah, no, we could do that, but like the shuttle, that's gonna take a while. That means I need service gantries. Yeah, Banana Time, I remember. We'd hug the boosters in position when we dropped the external tank down. Interesting. It's an interesting way of doing that. Chem, what's going on? How you holding up? are going to turn into a hierarchy nightmare. It's... I mean, yeah, pretty much. But, you know, we're not sit here to try and disprove it. We're trying to figure out how to do it. So, you know, I'll figure something out. Let me get rid of these for a second. More or less the same every time, Drummer. Shuttle engines. The shuttle engines and the throttling of the engines handled the ascent. That's a nice new shuttle you got here. Cam, I'm trying to figure out a way to put the stack together, dude. Let's do the shuttle stacking with a much smaller version, figure out how to go from there. I mean, yeah. This is the scale version to figure out how the hierarchy is going to go together. Okay, so Kerbal has this problem. It's the hierarchy things. It's the single tree hierarchy. So with Kerbal, you always have a root, right? You have a root part, and then you have another part attached to it, right? And then, if you want to go like this, right? If you want to go attach a booster to the side, you have your boosters on the side like this. And then, if you want to attach an engine to the boosters, right? Say they're liquid fuel boosters, right? You attach the engines. And then you attach another engine like this. You can't run a connection back like this. It doesn't work that way. What you're going to have to do is bridge it with a strut to hold this all together, right? Now, here's the problem. Okay? Say that we have the launch pad. These are the points where we attach the SRBs to the launch pad. These are the parts. Those are the two docking ports, right? Then you have your SRB attached to the docking port. You have the other SRB attached to the docking port. Okay? Say that this is all the pad, right? So that's attached to another piece and it goes down like this. This is an SRB. And this is an SRB. How do we attach the external tank? Because if I bring the external tank in, right, and it attaches to this SRB, it can't attach to both of them. That's going to have to be a strutted line. And this is going to create differential dynamics. This SRB is going to perform differently because this one is docked and that one is strutted. But, say I go and I attach the shuttle, right? ET is here, and this is the orbiting vehicle, right? If we went to separate this off the pad, what the game would do is detach this strut right here and detach this connection right here. So we'd launch with one SRB. See what I'm talking about? That doesn't work that way. So the simple solution here, right? The simple solution, the one that we came up with, right, was to you have your pad right here, and then you have your pad docking ports. You attach the external tank first. Then you attach your SRBs to the external tank. And then you attach your shuttle. So the whole stack goes together. So this is an SRB. This is an SRB. This is an ET right here. And this is the orbiting vehicle, OV. Right? That gives you one connection. So when you separate it, the stack will work correctly. But the thing is the actual shuttle stack didn't go together like that. They put the boosters down first and then hung the external tank. So my solution here, what I think I was trying to come up with this particular design is to hold this thing in place. We'd have to drop the external tank into position first. We'd have to. How? How would we do it? I'm thinking, dudes, I'm thinking. I could put a sideways docking port. We could do something like this. Put something here like this, and then... Right? And then take this, put that here like this, take that, put that here like this. Right? And then we could hold the external tank in place first. Which, honestly, I hate that. Because what if we get it crooked? If we get it crooked, then the SRBs aren't going to attach correctly. Then we have to pull the external tank again. Then we have to place it back down again. Then you have to place the SRBs again. The whole idea is that if you hang the tank on the external, on the SRBs, the tank kind of pulls everything together and it all docks together and it holds it together. Like, the tank has a huge strut that holds the SRBs together. And that only happens when you put the external tank on there, the SRBs go into alignment. That's gonna be... What about a post on the bottom of the external tank like Freedom? I mean, I guess. I don't use docking ports for centering, Aranor. That's not a good idea. Docking ports sometimes don't lock in correctly. I like to use other things for centering, and I know that that's what works because of the Freedom rockets. The Freedom rockets used same vessel collision for alignment. They did not use any docking ports for alignment ever. I used docking ports to check to make sure the stack was facing straight up. So. Is there any way I can put these SRBs down? Is there any way we could put the SRBs down and then hang the external tank and then somehow get that hierarchy to go together correctly? Yes, I mean, same vessel collision could do it. Yeah, we'd have to not attach the SRB, which is strange. Hold on a second. Yeah. No. That's too complicated. Guys, okay, let's be real. I could do this. We could figure out a way. I could figure out a way to clamp the SRB in position without being docked, and then hang the external tank on it, and then dock the SRBs to the external tank. And then dock one of the SRBs to the pad, and we'd have a stack. That could work. That is notoriously complicated and involves snap docking a lot of things together. Snap docking is basically when you have to unclamp one docking port to allow another docking port to attach. Snap docking causes Kraken strikes. That is confirmed. We know that for a fact. That is what happened with the SSTO. I had to undock something and the whole thing blew up. That's what happened with Condor's pad. Then we have to get into vessel hierarchy, vessel types. I don't want to do that. Are we going for SRB reuse? Does that need to be a requirement? Rocket Guy, we could go for SRB reuse. What I'm doing right now, this week, Rocket Guy, I'm doing a trade study to see how difficult it would be to put this stack together. I mean, I think it would be cool to reuse the SRBs, but Rocket Guy, the more I'm thinking about this, the more, no, not that. The more I'm thinking about this, dude, for Kerbal, a Saturn shuttle would be a much better way to put this together. Kerbal would understand this a lot better. How do you refill an SRB in Kerbal? Well, my shuttle uses liquid rocket boosters. I'm just saying SRBs so people understand what I'm talking about. Is it worth the hassle to go and fish out the SRBs and bring them both back? Right, but what are your requirements for your architecture? Need that foundation so you can quantitatively assess each alternative. Well, okay. The two architectures that I'm honing in on, and the two that I want to do trade studies on, Rocket Guy, and I'm pretty sure I know what's going to win. So, the stakeholder expectation here, and I just loaded up Constellation. I'm not copying Constellation, but I wanted this infographic right here. Stakeholder expectation is to get a good, viable path to the moon with a redundant alternative, either doing EOR or LOR. Every single type of architecture that NASA has come up with where you have LOR and EOR as a backup, or vice versa in the case of Constellation, what was a really solid architecture and really well thought out. Saturn being the pinnacle, right? S1B, Saturn V. Very straightforward stuff. With the Apollo program, you could either do a lunar orbit rendezvous, like the Saturn V, or you could do EOR, Earth orbit rendezvous. You could launch 3 Saturn 1Bs and send that out if you really needed to, okay? With common crew rating across both vehicles, right? That's where I'm aiming for, okay? So I have two kind of architectures that I really want to hone in. The first one, and this is what I'm doing trade studies for. I would prefer partial reuse if we can. So in that regard, I probably wouldn't reuse the boosters, the SRBs, if we did the SRBs, if we found a way to do it. We could fish them out. I could do that. Sure, I could make them parachute down and land. No problem. If I used actual SRBs, we could parachute those down and land and we could get the money back. No problem, and repack them, right? But my first architecture is basically would use the space shuttle in the form of the Saturn 1B or Ares 1 and Ares 5. It would be shuttle and Ares 5. The shuttle is the light duty one, Ares 5 is the heavy duty one, or SLS, pick one. Like either one would work. The second one would be to do something like Constellation, but also taking reuse into account, but I also don't want to use SRBs. With the second architecture that I'm gonna look into, it would be like having Falcon 9 with Orion on top of it, right? And then having something like SLS that also has Orion on top of it. So in that regard, reuse would be a lot easier because you get your first stages back. Like for the second architecture, I would want Ares 1, but it's a Falcon 9 first stage. It's not going to be an exact copy. I want to make my own stuff. And then Ares 5 would be like having the Earth departure stage with Super Heavy underneath it. That's what I want to do. Yeah. So that's like the full partial reuse architecture. And the one that I'm looking at right now, it would be to use the shuttle. But the thing about that is with the shuttle, hey Ismic, what's going on? Yeah, Ares 5 is a monster, Lewis. There's a reason why I talk about that thing every day. It would have been insane. It would have been insane. 5 RS-68s in the first stage with 2 5 segments. 188,000. And that was its baseline rating off of the drawings. It probably would have been 200 tons. Easily. Ares 5 was a beast, man. Not that good for deep space exploration, I'll be honest with you. But it's really good for going to the moon. I think SRP's reuse for mission mode is insane. It would take hours and not be worth the money it saves or fun. I agree. Yeah, no, King, I'm with you. I'm just doing trade studies here. So that's the whole point of this, guys. So, King, you remember how I went, I would go at it with... I would do a good faith argument for the SSTO, and I think I did a pretty freaking good job. That thing was hard to make. And at least it's up on Kerbal, so people can use the stupid thing. I'm trying to make a good faith argument right now, and that's what trade studies are about with NASA systems engineering. I'm trying to make a good faith argument right now for using the shuttle and SLS as one vehicle because they have a common pad. Same pad design. They really do. NASA should have done that from the start. They should have had a shuttle-derived heavy lift vehicle being developed with the shuttle at the same time. They should have done that in 1981, but they didn't. They didn't have the money to do it. Funny how that works. Maybe doing it once to show that you could do it right. Well, King, the alternative... I was thinking about something else. And this... Here. I'm just going to save this. We won't go crazy here. Take a look. So we have our tank, right? Why don't we just take the shuttle in the external tank and... Right? And then we take these and just put them over there. Just put them over there for a second. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, man? Now this... we could do. Literally just put a super heavy. Put super heavy. Or a placeholder booster. I'm using super heavy as a placeholder. Put super heavy underneath the external tank. Why wasn't the Ares 5 good for deep space missions? Wasn't the J2X Ultra Chad tier? Oh no, it was great. It was great for going to the moon, Graph Shark, but only 412 specific impulse. That's all. You're trading characteristic energy for thrust. Or, well, delta V for thrust. That's all. So it'd be better for sending mass architecture out to the moon. But that Earth departure stage with the J2, believe it or not, the EUS, which is a smaller stage with 4 RL-10s, less thrust, has way more delta V. Yeah, I know. Weird, huh? Weird, huh? It would have sucked for being used as a transfer vehicle. You would have had to have made something else. Yeah, exactly. Is Energia something to look at? Common boosters with the optional orbiter. That means I have to put together an Energia anytime I want to get something into space, Lewis. I really don't want to do that. I mean, I could do Saturn Shuttle, but then I have to... The whole reason I would... Okay, so here's the other thing. The whole reason why I even considered the shuttle in the first place, guys, why I even considered it as my baseline vehicle, is because it's already engineered. It's already made. The shuttle stack works, and it works great. That's the only reason I even considered doing it. Is there any hope that Ares 5 comes back? There's Ares 5 Lite sitting on the pad at 39B right now, Jacobs. Yeah, of course. Of course there is. Do you have dimensional constraints due to the current infrastructure state? No, not really. No. Yeah, Pop Bear, that's cool. Now, Rocket Guy knows this good and well. And Papa Bear, this is for you. The only reason why I even considered the shuttle is because it's made. The vehicle works. I know the vehicle works. We avoid having to test a new vehicle. And we get down mass capability. I'll be honest with you. If I have to go re-engineering that shuttle stack, it'll take months. I'm not even kidding. It'll take months. I'm not going to sugarcoat it this time. I'm not going to say, yeah, I'll have that done in a week. No, that will take a while. Re-engineering it to have a booster underneath. Because that shuttle copies the dynamic loads of the real shuttle. I went and raided NASA's technical archive. It took me a month to design that external tank. A freaking month. Because I had to get the differential fuel drain correlative to propellant density mass on the real vehicle. What does that mean in plain English? There's hydrogen at the back of the external tank and there's oxygen at the front. Those are stored at different pressures. There's no way to mimic differential pressure in KSP. So I have more fuel tanks at the front that drain less than the aft fuel tanks on the external tank to get it to fly like the real external tank. That was very difficult to figure out. So, if we went and re-engineered it and went with an underside booster, there's no need for this external tank. I would have to re-engineer it again, because part of what this external tank does, if you notice, it's 4 small stacks of tanks inside. These two, the outer stacks, go to the liquid fuel boosters. Those go to the boosters. Because LRBs are not as propellant dense as SRBs, and there's no SRB that's powerful enough to move my shuttle orbiter around in the game. Not even the Clydesdale. It's not good enough. Well, I don't know. Maybe it is. Is it the right size? I don't even know. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually pretty close. I don't know if it's going to mimic what my boosters do in terms of thrust, though. My boosters have... My liquid fuel boosters are more like the Pyreos boosters for SLS. They have 4 mammoths behind them. So that's... That's 4 of these bad boys. So they make about 4,800 kilonewtons of thrust. How much does the Clydesdale make? Yeah, it's not powerful enough. We'd have to overclock the boot. The burn time, Rocket Guy, you're right. We'd trade burn time, and we'd have to re-engineer the stack, you're right. And then this requires an external tank redesign anyway. And then I have to redo getting the propellant densities right. That will take 6 months in itself. I'm not even kidding. And that's allowing me to use engineering mode to make the stack. That's how difficult it is to make a shuttle stack. It's very, very complicated. Hey Virus, how are you? How are the boosters currently fixed to your ET? 2 docking ports. Nah. Dude. I want to do it, guys. I want to, but I also don't want to stay on the ground for the next 6 months. I know good and well that I need a robust architecture. I want to get out and explore the Kerbal solar system with some nice, easy architecture. I don't want to confine myself to Leo like we always do, because I'll be honest, I love engineering launch vehicles. That's my favorite thing to do. Launch vehicles and pads. But I know good and well that people are tired of that. We don't want to see much of that. People enjoy seeing a little bit as long as they see an end goal. This will take months. It'll take months. Straight up. I'm not even, like, I hate sitting here and being like, no, it can't be done. But I'm not saying it can't be done. It's just going to take a while. Yeah, Rocket Guy, no. We need a robust architecture. I'm about to just say screw it on the shuttle architecture right now, which sucks. I mean, Rocket Guy, the other thing... The only other thing I could think of is to slightly modify the stakeholder expectation. Slightly modify the stakeholder expectation for launch vehicles and do...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No. Yeah, see? I already drew up the hierarchy thing. That's how that was my original design right there, but the docking port logic has changed since then. Starship. Have easy. 10-month resub. Thank you. Question. I'm using KSP 1.11.1 with the heavy booster mod, and I'm getting that annoying shading and flickering textures on the parts. Is there an easy solution? Dave, I'm probably not the guy to talk to when it comes to installing mods, man. I don't know. Try graphics drivers, dude, but that's like the blanket response. I have no idea. How would you feel about developing it more like Starship? Not the vehicle design, but build it and test it and blow it up prototypes regularly. That jives a little bit better with mission mode, Kentab, but that favors a launch vehicle that's not complicated. You know? Hey, Tan, what's going on? So, we could modify the stakeholder expectation and go back to the integrated space plan. The integrated space plan is what I've used in the past with the shuttle, making Cryptid Station. That's what I'm... Hibbit, I understand. Yeah, I know. How long do you think it would take for engineer Ares? I'm not going to make an exact copy of anything, Pop Bear. The only reason I would use the shuttle in the first place is because I have it and it works. And it would be nice to use that engineering. An Ares vehicle? Boost back and landing first stage so we don't have to go fish it out of the water? I could... A month realistically to get like all the kinks worked out of a conventional stick launch vehicle. Easy. I have plenty of experience doing that. I know, Hibbit. Yeah, no, I'm not. You're not beating a dead horse. I understand. I get it, dude. Look. I love building launch vehicles. All right, I love building launch vehicles and I love building the pads. But you know what kills me? Spending all that time building all that stuff and then never using it. The Freedom Rocket was the exception to that. We used that thing to go to the moon. I used a conventional stick rocket to go to the moon. That was buildable on the pad. I need to go in that direction more. Hey, Admit, what's going on? What about Skylon? I don't want to use SSDOs, Dipstick. Conventional with jet engine on. Hey, the cigarette booster is a good idea, Gravshark. People should do that. I'm serious. That toroidal wing is a good idea. It's probably not going to generate as much lift as it does in KSP, but it's a good idea. Jebstone 4. Doesn't boost back and land is the end of that sentence. Yeah. Like I said, the only other way would be to change stakeholder expectations to do this. What does that mean? This is going with the real NSTS, the original NSTS prototype architecture. So the NSTS Known internally, NASA as the Integrated Program Plan was a proposal of reusable crew space vehicles envisioned in 1969 to support extended operations beyond the Apollo program. It consisted of a shuttle, using a shuttle to reestablish low Earth orbit heavy lift capability, building space stations with the shuttle, and then using the shuttle to assemble vehicles on orbit to get back to the moon and then further. That's the NSTS plan. But like I said, we're running right back into the integration problem. Oh my goodness, I would love to make that. That's Rockwell's original design. I can make boostbacks happen, Moto. I know I was a huge fan of the SSTO, but even I agree we need to move forward. You got the right instincts. King, I love that thing. Seriously, I am so ridiculously proud of that damn SSTO. Almost as proud as I am of the shuttle. The shuttle was harder to make. It was just a little bit harder to make. But see, the reason why I'm more proud of the SSTO, because the SSTO had a pad that worked with it. I never put the shuttle together with a pad. And the reason is because of that booster logic problem. That's why I stopped. That's one of the reasons why I stopped working on it. That's an insurmountable problem. I can't, unless we want to stack the external tank first and then boosters on the side, in which case, once again, you're going to run into crazy alignment problems. But yeah. Jebstone is... I love that vehicle. Seriously. It's such a cool thing. I really wish I could have gotten it to work, man. And don't get me wrong, I probably could. But the vehicle itself is 700 parts with its tow vehicle. And then we'd need to make a payload change-out room. We'd need to have an OPF for it. I'd need to build a crane to be able to put the payloads in. And then we'd need to tow it to the pad. It's just... This will work good with a conventional... This thing would work amazing with just a conventional Kerbal play. Just conventional Kerbal play. So, like, putting it out on the pad, fully fueled, launching the thing, sending it up into space, bringing it back down, and landing. And then maybe making a crane to take payloads out. That's it. It would work great in that capacity. That's why I put it up on Kerbal X so people can use it. Because this thing is a monster. It is by far and away one of the most complicated and coolest vehicles I've ever made. I am so ridiculously proud of it. But it sucks for the way I'm trying to play Kerbal. Man, that hurt to say. Do you have a written stakeholder requirement list? I do not have a written stakeholder requirement list just yet. Give me one moment. I'm working on it, though. Novus was helping me with it. Keep in mind, this is a work in progress. Just bear with me. I'm so glad I argued so much in chat for it. King, that's one of, I'm telling you, it's one of the coolest freaking things I've ever made. I'm so proud of it. It's just a shame that, once again, we built something really awesome that's really complicated at the behest of everything else. It's okay. We're working on this. I'm working on it right now. I have people helping me out with this, Rocket Guy. I'll send this off to you. It's not done yet. But the stakeholder expectations are pretty much... I'll give you the condensed version, okay? Here, actually, Rocket Guy, I'll send this off to you right now. Good deal, received. Heck yeah, man. I want to do it right. I'm serious, man. I've been religiously reading that damn systems engineering manual like it's my Bible, for Christ's sake. Like, Christ's sake, Bible. Easter. Anyway, I want to do it right. We're going to do this right. And I'm gonna try to make something that's fun, awesome, good to show the engineering, and you know, not necessarily spend all of our time making the launch vehicle. The whole point of mission mode was to teach real life mistakes. I think I did that a little too easily. But I'll give you the condensed stakeholder expectations. The condensed stakeholder expectations are as follows. I need a viable path to the moon, end-to-end architecture for the moon, using 2 launch vehicles, both crew rated, with common non-redundant, well, not redundant capability. I don't know really how to say this. Like, all right, here. Give me one moment. I need to basically, I want to make something like the Apollo program or like Constellation, okay? So, meaning end-to-end architecture, meaning the vehicle that can get you there, the lander, the launch vehicles, and I want commonality between my launch vehicles. The best architectures that NASA has come up with, I've noticed, have done this. Saturn V, Saturn 1B, Ares 1, Ares 5. The best architectures have done that in the past. You have launch vehicles that are both human rated with common goals, right? That support flexibility between missions. Yeah, part commonality. Heck, the Saturn V's upper stage is the same upper stage as the Saturn 1B. It's the same parts stacked on top of each other. That's the kind of stuff I need to figure out. Yeah, but we'll make a new architecture, Chief. I want to tailor design this, but see what... I need a list of Saturn rockets, but it's okay. You had something about interplanetary or robotic exploration. No. Nope. Not yet. Baseline. This is a baseline. You're missing... You're going too far. This... Like, Bob Bear, don't get me wrong. This is why I'm not... You guys aren't really involved in the engineering process. I'm baselining a vehicle. I need to baseline a heavy-duty vehicle and a super heavy vehicle. Alright? And this is what I mean about flexibility. If I can design something that gets to the moon, we can come up with application programs, with follow-on programs that could include deep space probes. Because I have a super heavy launch vehicle, something like Saturn V or Ares V or Starship. And then we also can support like space station stuff. You know, like Skylab. But we can also support going to the moon. But we could also use that architecture, Skylab style, to make transfer vehicles. But I could also use the vehicle as a deep space probe launcher. Like, see what I mean? That's too far. You're going too far. We need to have a baseline, like Apollo. I think that's the good place to start. Nice, Sneaky. Yeah, your picture. Yeah, dude, I saw it. It's pretty cool. Make a design in terms of payload capability and size. Well, Da Vinci, the payload capability and size is going to the moon. That's an integrated end-to-end architecture to the moon, like Apollo or Constellation, with a solid plan to get to the moon. The idea is that I'm not going to be like, okay, I need to build a vehicle. Okay, now I need to build a lander. Okay, now I need to build a HAB module. No. I'm thinking, just like Apollo did, you're thinking about the end-to-end solution right from the start. That is the way to do spaceflight. You don't build one at a time. You don't IV drip your mission architecture. Okay, build the rocket. Okay, build the upper stage for the rocket later. Okay, build the lander. That ends up costing billions of dollars extra. That's a freaking boat. That's my boat. Also, that freaking picture. Man. You know, if they had the mobile service structure like they did during the Apollo program, SLS wouldn't have to roll back to the VAB right now. Just saying. I'm just putting it out there. Saturn V had a mobile service structure here that was used for installing the flight termination system after it went to the pad. But in case they had something wrong during countdown operations, they could quickly move this thing to the pad and check it out. It has a gantry on it. You have service elevators right here. And those, well, it's exactly as it implies. It's a service elevator. This thing moves up and down. See that platform? It can... That's right, Sneaky. Yeah. And the OFT2 booster started stacking this morning too. So I need end-to-end architecture, guys. That's what we need. Yeah, that's what we need. So something like the SSDO, while awesome, would be good for like a conventional mission mode save where you could just hit spacebar and launch the vehicle. I need something that's simpler than this. And yeah, the more and more I think about it, I want the shuttle, but that will impede our progress trying to get that thing to work. Trying to refit it to work with a launch pad architecture. It's not worth it. You talk about Saturn Ares, but somehow I think your heart is with SDS. I love the shuttle, man. I put so much time into that damn launch vehicle. I put so much time. It's okay. It's alright. I wouldn't be able to get to where I am if I didn't do projects like the SSDO and this. This teaches you so much about how launch vehicles are made in real life. About how the testing goes, how the engineering goes, risk management, etc., etc. Doing these projects out. Like, I'm not going to say that I haven't gained from these complicated projects, you know? Oh, I absolutely have. I know how difficult this is. Well, I wouldn't say I know how difficult it is. I don't. I have a good idea, but I've never, you know, this is a good kind of... Playing Kerbal the way that I do is a good way to teach it, you know? But it's not doing it, you know? Teaching isn't doing. Blueland, 80 months. Let's go. 7.5 years. That's crazy, dude. So, as much as I love this, and as much as I love the SSTO, I'm thinking a single stack would be probably better. Well, Hellfish, once again, you're pointing out problems versus coming up with solutions. Yeah. Anybody could sit here and say that three-dimensional integration is a problem, but I actually wanted to go and solve it, or at least give it an attempt, and I don't think it's a good idea. I think because if I solve that problem, that's going to expose like 30 other problems with the stack that I didn't take into account, because I didn't know how to make a launch pad for this from the start. You don't build the launch vehicle and then build the launch pad. Just like you don't build the rocket and then build it for one upper stage and then say I want to build a better upper stage for it later. It's better to engineer the rocket with the pad, not after. So, yeah, I get it. I understand what you're trying to say, but I have to demonstrate the thought process here, or else, yeah, that's not really good content just saying, no, I'm not going to do it because three-dimensional integration. Not everybody knows what that means. As long as it's designed for that from the start, Grab Shark, yeah. Urban Venture! Thanks for the raid! I'm doing trade studies right now, Blue. We're talking through what we want. Yeah, exactly, Chief. Bingo. Build the gun around the bullet. Yep. Or the plane around the cannon in terms of A10, right? Like. My only big thing is that if we do something like Apollo, or if we do something like Constellation, we have no down mass capability. The only thing that's coming back down is the capsule and the first stages, and that's it. And that kind of sucks, but maybe we'll come up with a reusable solution later. I want to baseline the vehicles at partial reuse, you know? What would we need down mass for? It's not necessarily a stakeholder expectation, that's more of a stretch goal, Banana Time. But it's a stretch goal that we could figure out a solution for later, you know? Yeah. Okay. Horizontal landing starship. I did that, you know. We tried that. First stage parachutes and then helicopters to catch it. Nice try, Peter Beck. What's up, Linux? How you doing, buddy? Yep. You pronounced Peter Beck wrong. Yeah, Hellfish. I think this was kind of before... I think this is kind of before you came around. I tried horizontal landing starship. Yeah, it doesn't work very well. Yeah, it doesn't work very well. It doesn't work very well, dude. When did you design this? May 3rd, 2018. Neptune upper stages are our Lord and Savior. Test flight, please. It doesn't make it off the pad, Sile. Yeah. It blows up. Shame. This thing does not fly very well. I tried to combine a shuttle and BFR at the same time. And this is, yeah, this is before Starship. It was a shuttle and BFR. It didn't work. Excuse me. What Neptune recreation? Honestly, 95, the big vehicle is probably going to be Neptune derived. I need something gigantic. Yeah, Neptunes though, these first stages are cherry. Those things come back and land. And you want to see something crazy, Sile? Look at the design date. Do you see any landing legs on it? This thing comes back and lands. But do you see any landing legs? Nope, because landing legs don't work with a big booster. We figured that out 4 years ago. Funny, huh? Look, also fixed grid fins in 2018. This is what I mean about trying to understand where SpaceX is going with their design. This is what I try to do every day. Try to analyze and understand the mentality. That looks a lot like Super Heavy, doesn't it? Especially with the engine configuration. 2018. Engine, look at the engine configuration. It's pretty close, doesn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, it's pretty damn close. Pretty cool, huh? I just couldn't figure out the flappy wings. That was a shot in the dark. I just made a shuttle. But see, it's supposed to be super heavy. Pretty cool, huh? We had this dude, we had the super heavy design kind of ironed out. And don't get me wrong, it's convergent design. There's only so many ways you can make the booster the way Elon wants to make it and have it come out different. You know what I mean? But yeah, I had no way to land this thing, so I just put pegs down on the bottom. And it lands on that. There's no landing legs, because you can't do landing legs with a booster this big. It's too heavy. Could you not put the launch struts along the length of instead of at the bottom? Elon Tusk. Dude, where are you going with this? I don't know. Well, this one, where were we going? We didn't get very far, because it turns out putting wings up at the front of your booster is not a good idea. Go figure. Oh, this thing doesn't land on its nozzles, Ga. It lands on the pegs. Which is why I thought that it would be better if Super Heavy just landed on its hold down points, but SpaceX had another idea. Literally catch it with the launch tower. So, Doom, there you go. I want to bring back this, Doom, with my Super Heavy launch vehicle. I'll make an updated version of Neptune. Honestly, it's really what it's going to be. Could you structurally reinforce the legs or make better legs? I'd rather catch it, Grab Shark. Dude, we demonstrated that we could catch stuff. SpaceX can catch the booster. Honestly, the linear bearings are what's going to be the decider on that one. They might crush one of those linear bearings on the tracks. That's where I was getting the most amount of shear. Actually, it would be transverse. Yeah, transverse compression load, so shear. Here, take a look. I'll show you. I don't know if you guys saw this. I showed it off yesterday, but I'll show it again. How much payload are you looking to push her out to the moon? Enough to get a lander and a ship out there, dude. That's my baseline. Baseline is to the surface. Anything else from there, we'll figure out after. If KSP2 comes out mid-program, will you continue the program in KSP2 or finish the program in KSP1? I don't know, 95, but that's part of the reason why I want to go with something like just putting rockets together, because, you know, I don't know when KSP2 is going to come out, but I want to make sure that we have KSP1 like completely figured out from there. Or at least I need to demonstrate that I can do it on stream for the record, you know. Yeah, J-Speed, Locking out. Yeah, well, what happens when you lock out the robotics? Auto struts work, right? I mean, they can't really do that in real life. Have you thought of what you want to do lander-wise?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Two-stage would be the simplest solution, man. Yeah, shear load on the linear bearings is what's going to be the decider here. I think this truss structure and all the metal structure here can hold it, but that might be a little bit difficult. Here, ready? Yeah, I got you, Alpha. Ship you. Hey, Waz, 34-month resub. This is so detailed. Yeah. We gotta drain more fuel. Yeah, I gotta make sure we get more fuel out of this thing. It doesn't like holding up the heavy booster. north a little bit. Oh, I think I got stuck. Come on, roll out. You're good. Gotta burn more fuel. Still way too heavy. Here, let's ramp her down, see what happens. Slowly. Just gotta make sure the bearings don't pop out over here. If they pop out, we're screwed.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, they're struggling. See what I mean? You can catch the boosters, but up, oh, come on, bearings. If the bearings pop out, you're screwed. Can you make the arms move while flying the ship? You could. Haha, pots are nice. Would more structs from the chopsticks to the side help? How will the chopsticks pivot if we have them strutted? Yep, bearings popped out. See what I mean? Yeah, that's gonna be a big one. But yeah, pretty cool, huh? I mean, that's just a prototype. I just wanted to see if Kerbal could understand catching a booster like that. Kerbal can? Yeah, sure. Can you not vent it on the way down? I never built this with vents. Yeah, I loaded it up with fuel because I figured this would be harder than it actually is. It's not as difficult as you think it is. Well, maybe I should rephrase that. it's tough, but if you know what you're doing, like, if you have experience with helicopters in KSP, you should be able to get this done. It's not that different. What I'm really noticing is that Super Heavy is going to need a lot of extra fuel. Yeah, to get that done right, because it's going to need to kind of, its approach to the chopsticks, from what I can kind of see, is going to be something like a New Shepard landing. Have you guys seen New Shepard land before? Blue Origin's rocket? Like this. It's gonna have to look like this. So when New Shepard comes down, it decelerates, and then it hovers for a second, and then maneuvers into position. Watch. Okay, Penta, I got it.
There's the sonic boom.
See?
Engine relay.
Super Heavy's gonna have to come down like this, and it's gonna have to stop for a second.
And a smooth.
And come down just like that. It's gonna look like that, I'm telling you. It's gonna have to. There's really no other way it can do a precise landing, except if it's using its momentum. How does New Shepard deal with the roll of one engine? I forget. The fins prevent that from happening. The fins up at the top, dude. The fins that kind of slide out and they look like pie slices. Anyway. Yeah, fellas, the more and more I think about this, the more and more I think that the shuttle is not... I was gonna use this entire week for trying to figure it out, but I know where that path leads, so here's what we're gonna do. Trade studies for new rocket architecture. Alright. Let's think about something here. How do we want... So, guys, I think I'm putting a nail in the shuttle design. Unfortunately. It hurt me to say that. I'm not going to lie to you. But we need conventional vehicles. We need stick vehicles that come back and land, SpaceX style. That's the better way to do it. It's the better way to do it. So, with that being said, let's... Shuttle leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. I sense much shuttle in you. Let's go over here. Alright, let's go. Let me look at some numbers here, okay? Hey, floating. Gemstone 6 with a shuttle is not an option. It would be hard to put together, Daitor. Something like Neutron from Rocket Lab, then. Why? Talk me through it, Zonic. Why would I make Neutron? Why would I make a forward load reactor second stage when I can't change the tank wall thickness of any tanks in KSP? They all have the same mass fraction, dude. Making something like Neutron doesn't... It's not gonna work. Any gains that you get from making a forward load held second stage, you lose because, once again, every tank... well, most tanks have the same mass fraction in this game, dude. See what I'm talking about? Is this the... Oh. I wonder if this thing still works. try something. Too much time, Sonic. Screw that. I'd rather land the boosters back at the launch site. Yeah, too much time. I've already defined the first purpose multiple times. Guys, partial reuse, not necessarily down mass capability. End to end, from the surface of Kerbin to the surface of the moon and back. Basically the same stakeholder expectations as Apollo. Nope, cow controller's borked. Doesn't work. Ah, the cow controllers don't work. That's a shame. Yeah, this is the self-flying one, but I don't think it works, fellas. It deleted the cow controller ascent trajectory. My avionics is not programmed. Shame. Yeah, this one could do the flip and boost back burn by itself once upon a time, but it seems like too much stuff has changed. That's a shame. Alright, well, let's explore options for how we're gonna make our medium-duty launch vehicle. I'd say our medium-duty launch vehicle should be able to move 18 tons into space. It should be able to move that, a Rockomax X200. That is pretty much in line with performance capability of Ares 1 and Saturn 1B, so that's where we're gonna go with it. What are our numbers looking like here? 2,700 meters a second delta V from the first stage. Alright. And let me check something here. I have a skiff in the second stage. What about a Jebstone variant? No, Jebstone variants weren't really built with reuse in mind. Or not reuse, integration in mind, because they were for career mode. We'd have to go and revamp a bunch of things, so yeah, I don't want to do that. How would we make a payload bay for something like that, Swishio? And that's not stakeholder expectations, dude. Guys, I want, at the very least, for the architecture, I want first stage reuse on both my launch vehicles. But the second stage expendable initially. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we wouldn't be able to, like, down the road, make a landable second stage. In the form of, like, an entry vehicle with a payload bay or something. The point is to come up with good baseline architecture. Falcon 9 was expendable in its first iterations. Heck, it was expendable for a long time. And then they worked on potential reuse. And even SpaceX worked on potential reuse for a second stage and decided screw that and made Starship instead. Hey, X1 undocking is scrubbed again. Yep. The ability to integrate yourself as part of the stakeholder expectations. It's not stakeholder expectations, Reaper, it's mission mode rules. Have to. Part of the rules from my mission mode save. M rules in chat if you want to see the rules. Alright. I'm gonna get into designing a launch vehicle here. So we have 5,400. Now, if I do something like this. That's not a it's a non-cross feedable part. How much delta V does it do? 1700. Okay. Okay. Exclamation point M rules. Yep, yep. Yeah, Hellfish, we could grow into that too. See what I'm talking about? We could go into Aces, or we could do something like Starship. I could do both of those. And as long as I have a good launch vehicle engineered for it already, we could explore both of those options down the road, and it would be a lot easier than doing it now. See what I'm talking about? Just like the Apollo Applications Program, how Skylab came out of nowhere, right? Skylab was an easy thing to do after you've gone to the moon, because you had the vehicles to do it. See what I'm talking about? I think that's a good idea. I think reusable upper stages are a good idea down the road. And I think maybe up and down mass reusable upper stages are good down the road. So we could do something like Starship. We could do something like Aces. We could do either one. I think that's a much better way to do things. And that's what I'm going to do. That's what we're going to end up doing. Down the road, though, we got to baseline a vehicle right now. So Condor had about 2,700 in the first stage. And this has 1,700 here. Hell yeah! What's up, 95? Are we setting save lore? Nope. Same save. Alright. I'm gonna draft out a vehicle here. Let's see. What do I want? Let's start with that. No, not the RGU. Just, I like starting with this. Project Ares medium launch vehicle concept. Alright. 420. Alright. Project Ares is the name of the program. It's not, like Project Constellation is the name of the program. The lifters will probably be called something different. What's our tank wall diameter? I'm gonna go 375. Let's do 375 tank wall. Alright, I want to design a first stage here. Do we have variants for this? We do. Massive. I did like Jebstone's upper stage. Jebstone 4's upper stage was very, very good. So that might not be, this might not be that far off of a thing. You know, we should do something like this. All right. Now I'm just gonna put a part here that's not crossfeed. That has no crossfeed. I'll just put a panel there for now. Get rid of the shroud. And then obviously we want 18 tons of payload up at the top. So once again, I'm drafting out a vehicle here. Let's see what we can come up with. Alright, let me put in a decoupler here instead, just for now, just so we can get the right delta V reading. That new LVT-45 variant is quite nice. Oops, I rerouted to the wrong part. Let's go over there. I wonder. Alright. Our TWR is 0.10. How many of these would I need to... Hold on. Give me just an attachment point that I can put on here. Let's just use these. How many of these would we absolutely need to power the first stage, just out of curiosity? I hate engine plates, Panther. They're very annoying. 0.83. Here, hold on. Let's go over here. What's the impulse on these LET-45s? No, can't tell. Not mission mode 2. It's not sandbox. No, it's career mode with our own added rules where chat can fund the mission. But I'm not doing that this time around. I'm giving a baseline architecture. You fund the missions after I figure out, after we go to the moon and back. Okay. The 2-bell engine. Oh, this thing, the twin bore. Yeah, except that I hate that thing. If we could have the engines from the twin bore, whatever the heck those things are, I'd be really happy. But yeah, I don't want that. What about skipper engines? What do skipper engines offer here? Alright, you know, Penta, I don't like the engine plates, but they'd probably be better for mounting the engines for testing. $190. Man, that would be a monster. Alright, hold on. Hold up. Let's try. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Can we do 4x1? Yes, we can. I think 5 engines might be the key here. 1.39. You meant a Rhino, Chief. Yep. 1.39. Okay, what happens if we did this? 1.04. These numbers are not bad. Yeah, Grab Shark, I agree. Is overclocking on the table? I don't want a baseline with an overclock J-speed, right? If anything, we want a baseline with underclocking. Any boosters? No. No, I don't want to do that because 95 because I want to eventually remember, I want to eventually call for reuse. So I want this thing to Falcon 9, right? I want it to boost back down and land. .5 tanks. 2.5 tanks. What? Okay. Yep. Nope. Context. I don't. What do you mean? What do you mean 2.5 tanks? I don't get. I don't understand. Like 2.5 orange. A ring of thuds out of the question. I don't want to use thuds. They're too heavy. These would have to be inwards mounted like that. Balls. Those nozzles are too close to each other. I don't want... They shouldn't be that close. They're too pointy. I love these variants, man. They're really, really cool. .19 is not bad, but we got to take into account some other things. This does have Delta V, so it's going to have the fuel to be able to boost back and land. It has more Delta V than Condor's first stage. By 100, yeah, by 100. So that should give us the fuel that we're looking for, right? It should be okay. Not should, it will be okay. I don't want to mix engines like that, Core. This is perfectly reasonable for what we have. We have the Skipper engine. Skippers are great engines. 280 specific impulse, 320. They're good all around. 568, 650, and they're pretty good mass. So that's not bad. But we gotta take into account that we're gonna have like landing legs on it and stuff. I want this thing to Falcon 9. Remember, it needs to come down and land like New Glenn, like Falcon 9, stuff like that. DCX, New Shepard. Pick one. You know. So. I like this engine configuration. I like this design here. Here, hold on. Let me check another thing. What happens if we just go all Skipper because Merlin 1D? Just out of curiosity. 2700 on the second stage. 2700 at 1.07 TWR. That's a powerful upper stage. Rhinos maybe. Nah, I don't want to use Rhinos. Rhinos are great engines. But Chief, it's hard to remember. We need an interstage and I need stuff around the motor. You know what I mean? Like grid fins, like separator mechanisms, docking ports. Rhinos are great. They're the best, one of the best upper stage engines in the game. But their collider is trash. I can't fit anything around it. What about the skiff? What was the skiff again? Skiffs are one of my favorite upper stage. 29 at 0.51. TWR gets half, Delta V goes up. Yeah. I'll take the hit Kentab because I can't fit Bobcats down here. I can't fit them in a reasonable engine configuration, I don't think. I know Bobcats are good. That's what Condor used. Condor 9 had Bobcats in it, and it was amazing. Just not enough thrust, man. F1's and we're done. What's that gonna get me? I don't know how we're gonna land on this. That's, I mean, that's good. That's what we want, but also that looks, yep, that's, I think that might be a little too much motor. That might be a little too much. There's the mainsail. What's the mainsail gonna do? 2 mainsails should be enough, but this is not gonna make for a very good landing. That's what I mean. I need to find engines, like, I need to cluster the engine so I can be more precise with your landing so I can control the throttle better, guys. That's really what's going on. I mean, mainsails would be great if we were making an expendable launch vehicle. If I had an expendable, if this was expendable, I would put three of these. 3 Mastodons. This thing would haul. It would go very fast. Are you in vacuum? Yeah. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. Shuttle engines are too expensive, Thaney. They're just too expensive. A shuttle engine would be great. If shuttle engines could air start in real life, they'd be really good at landing. Like, those numbers don't lie, but they're shuttle engines. And they're expensive. And if it crashes, we lose shuttle engines. That's expensive. They're $18,000 a pop. So, it's kind of why I'm going down in favor of the skippers, because 3 skippers is pretty much the cost of one of these. So that's why I was looking at swivels and, you know, Bobcats and stuff. Like, these swivel engines cost nothing, but they suck. They're terrible. They don't have, I mean, they have okay gimbal. What's the gimbal on this? 3? Yeah. Yeah, JSP. Let's not have that as an expectation, huh? I mean, it would be cool clustering these, but because the LVT-45s, especially with the new gliders, are very compact. It's really nice, actually. And I don't know, maybe we could overclock them from the start. If we overclock them from the start, it could work. But 250 specific impulse, 320 is. There are better applications. $30 of them, Doom. Let me see. I don't know how many of these it would take. I think we had like 10. 10 would give me a very, very precise landing. That would be, oops, I screwed that up. I would be able to just shut off different engines to be able to control the TWR. The Mammoth, which one is the Mammoth? That's the Mastodon. Where? I blanked. Stuart, I don't like mixing engines, dude. Nobody does that in real life because that gets complicated with delivering fuel. Six by 2, dude. Hang on one moment. I don't hate it, man. I really don't. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. That is one hell of an engine section. It doesn't look bad. It's barely giving us the performance that we need, though. It's barely giving us the performance that we It looks freaking sick, though. That looks really cool. That's some super heavy stuff going on. And you know what? When I design the engine structure, we could do something like this. We could move the outer layer up, and it gives that super heavy aesthetic right there. The inners can be 30s. I would really want my center engines to gimbal. I'd rather the outers be 30s, dude. That's something we could do literally right now. The nozzles. That's a shame. That's just a shame. $18. This is the medium duty vehicle. 18 is a good medium. Actually, it's not a medium duty vehicle. My medium duty vehicle, by definition, should be heavy. 18 tons is a heavy lifter in Kerbal. So this is my Saturn 1B, Ares 1 alike vehicle. You said duty. I've never played KSP, but I really enjoy watching you build and test them. Yep. Had another one in the center. 1.1. 1.1 with max payload. Are you opposed to use expendable LRBs? It kind of defeats the point if I'm going to bring the booster back, Jim. We want partial reuse. That's a baseline capability for the vehicle. We need partial reuse. I.e., I want this thing to come back and land. I mean, it works. It's just... I don't know, man. Is this as expensive as... How many motors did we put on there? We have 12 around the edge, then 6, so 18. We have 19 motors on there. 19 times 1 point... 19 times 1,200. 22,800. And 5 skipper engines would have done this? That's actually cheaper. That's cheaper, but the skippers would be more expensive, but we're paying for that. We're paying for that extra engine efficiency at vacuum. It burns propellant better in vacuum. It's cheaper. It is, yeah. Clustering LVT 45s, dude, and you can do that now 95 because of their smaller collider. And if we clocked it at 110 rocket car, yeah, this thing could really get some get up and go, dude. I mean, that's, I'll be honest, guys, this is more, I'm not going to say that this is more realistic because realistic is meh, but this, clustering a smaller engine like this tends to be what people do. Electron, Astra, Falcon 9, they all do it. Firefly does the same thing. Everybody clusters engines. Clustering smaller engines literally is less expensive than making a bunch of bigger engines. Liquid rocket motors don't scale very well. They really don't. So this is pretty much more realistic. It's pretty cool, man. I don't mind that. And ideally what I would like to do is come up with, remember, commonality here would be cool. it's not necessarily a stakeholder expectation, but, right? If we come up with something that scales correctly, this could look really sweet. And remember, if my other vehicle is going to have a third stage, it's going to be that right there. You also get better failover protection. Yep. What's the weight comparison? Here, let me dial this in. If we baseline the engine, so with no overclocking at all. I don't mind overclocking. My rule with overclocking, fellas, has been don't really go above 120% rated, because that's really unrealistic. Rocket Guy, can you think of any engine that was baseline that has 120% overrating? I mean, I'm sure it exists somewhere. Or after that, it ran engine rich, like right after. Last, please. SRBs. Boosters are not viable. That's why I was supposed to do trade studies for the shuttle today, Chief. Boosters are not viable. No. I don't want to do that. It makes integration complicated. Screw that. Single stack. That's the right move. The Supra. Yeah, is that a Supra? Raptor from the original testing to now? Well, Raptor hasn't even technically been baselined yet, Tessa, and that's the scary part. Like, Alright. So they don't scale the same way turbofans do. No, not really, Victory. So think about it like this. The combustor. Are the combustors on a GE90 bigger than the combustors on a JT9? Not much bigger, no. Would you ever see a combustor that's the size of a GE90 on a jet engine that's the size of like one of those big Euclid dump trucks? No, because a combustor that big, you won't have an explosion. There's no thermal expansion. It would have trouble filling it up. Filling up the combustor, right? Rocket engines have the same problem. With rocket engines, though, the combustor that's on a jet engine is the combustion chamber. It's really hard to sustain an explosion that big inside of the rocket engine combustion chamber for that long time. Literally, it's commodity delivery. That's the problem. That's why rocket engines don't scale very well, because you can't move the liquid fuels fast enough. At least that was the problem up until Raptor and the BE4 came along, you know. Skippers are 3 tons a pop. Remember, guys, this vehicle that we designed is going to be a workhorse. It's going to see more launches than Condor, more launches than Freedom. This is the one that's going to be big deal. Does it have to be orange? Because everything you made in the last year has been orange.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
It does not have to be orange. I'm at the gym and the Wi-Fi is potato, except I missed your answer. It's not scaling the jet engine, Victory, it's scaling the combustor. Think about the combustor and a jet engine. They're all mostly the same size. It's the fan diameter that's different, but the jet engine is mostly the same size. Yeah, with jet engines, they're hard to make bigger as well. But it's not the size of the jet engine, it's the combustors inside of the turbojet part of the engine. Of course, with that paint job, it sucks. Try the big 375 tank. Well, Swishio, you're going to understand this from an aesthetic point of view, I think. The big tank has these raceways going down the sides. And I don't like that. See that? No me gusta. You don't speak Spanish. Haven't been in the streams for a while. Are Wings Wednesday still a thing? Reload? Yeah, absolutely. Here, Project Ares MLV concept. Yeah, dude. I made my, I've started kind of diving into my own designs for Wings Wednesday. You want to see? I don't do Wings Wednesday regularly, dude. But when we do Wings Wednesday, I make something cool. Yeah. Could always use flags. That's actually not a bad idea, RT. Here, I'll show you the last thing that we made for wings. Reload, take a look. So this is an auto rotator plane that's about the size of a C-130. And it has regular jet engines down here. It has a bypass fan, but it also has these on it. So that makes it so it can helicopter, right? Kind of like a Chinook, but it also can fly as fast as a C-130. When it flies, and you notice the wings are really stubby, right? When it flies as fast as a C-130, these tilt back and go into auto rotation position, which basically triples my wing surface area volume. This thing is a C-130 that can hover, that can fly as high as a U-2. Because the helicopter blades are spinning by themselves. The helicopter engines are unpowered when we're in forward flight mode. Pretty cool, huh? And it also, once again, it's a C-130, so it's a cargo aircraft, so I have a cargo bay in there. See? And the cargo bay will occlude because the fuselage is made out of a fairing for weight purposes. Yep, that's what I made. Yeah, and then, actually, that was one Wings Wednesday. From another one, I made a smaller variant of this, RE, and it has a synchronizer gear in it. Yeah. And what does a synchronizer gear do? I synchronize the RPM between the two blades. One helicopter engine can run the other one. Yeah. I've been getting into some pretty hardcore Wings Wednesday stuff. But it's intermittent, I'll be honest. Check this out. I think if you can fit them, skippers are the way to go. Yep. So, I'm using RCS bearings, or RCS balls, as a gear. And then when this thing spins, it spins the gear, right? There's one right here, one right there. And that's attached on a hinge, which is attached onto a free spinning rotor right there. And that means that one of these helicopter blades, one of the engines, if I remove them from symmetry and put this motor output at 100, it'll spin both blades. Yeah. That also makes it so when I'm flying around, even when we're in auto rotation mode, the blades will always spin the same. Because if you're flying and they're allowed to spin at different RPMs and you turn, one will spin faster than the other, and it makes for a little bit of unstable handling. Yeah, dude, I've been working on a bunch of different things for Wings Wednesday. These things are really cool. That other one, the K92, it can circumnavigate Kerbin. I could take off at the runway, get up to 30,000 feet in game, and make it right back. It's pretty good, man. We could, King. Yep. I wanted to do it small with the synchronizer first to prove that it could work, but yeah, it can work, absolutely. Of course, Catabas. Yeah. Alright, anyway, let's go back over here. I have one with Breaking Ground, if I'm remembering right, make, but, yeah. The baseline's us at 1.05. Those are LVT-45 style. How heavy is this? Can't have you asked, and I went to showed the planes off. We're at 1.5 a pop, dude. And we have 18 or 19 engines, so 1.5 metric tons times, get out of here, 28 tons. What about with skippers? Skippers are 3, and we would need 5 of them, so 15. Ooh, I like this, fellas. I think this is cool. That's very heavy. That's a lot of motors. That's a lot of motors. And it would be cool to baseline them, right? It would be cool to use the baseline configuration, but we'd have to overclock these. We'd have to overclock them out of the box. Rocket Guy, if you're here, do you think that's a good engineering decision, overclocking these engines out of the box? Like, I don't... I agree, Sonic. Yeah, I agree. That's kind of what I was thinking. I'm just going to use this because it's easier to mount the engines.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But see, that's 104, guys, and that's not even taking into account, that's not even taking into account, like engines and or landing legs and interstages and fairings and avionics and batteries and grid fins and all this other stuff. GamerTube, yeah, this is stock. Yep, I play around with stock. I like doing that. With the DLCs, though. How many skippers can you reasonably fit? That's awfully close, man. See, that's too much. That's too much engine right there. Makes landing harder. What would be my landing TWR? Let's just ballpark it, Rocket Guy. I mean, this is not going to get me exactly what I'm looking for, but... .82. We could land on 3. I'd prefer to land on 1. You have better control over your TWR. Like when you're throttling the rocket engine, it's easy. You have finer control if it's 1 engine, as opposed to 3, because you're tripling your thrust, right? Because I can't control like outer 2 engines down throttle a little bit, center engine up throttle a little bit. It's easier to have 1 engine. It's easier to land on 1, and that's true in real life, guys. That's absolutely a thing in real life. I don't necessarily want that. I'll be honest with you. I don't think that's a good idea. I would want an engine configuration where we would ideally land on 1. Or cluster a bunch of small rocket engines together too. But yeah, I mean, we could cluster engines, that's fine, but Out of curiosity, where does this get us? 0.83. It's not good enough. Looks cool, but it's not good enough. What would be the second rocket payload? What? What do you mean second rocket payload?
Discovery, go
The
at
bigger
throttle.
rocket? A lander and crew. It needs to do what a Saturn V can do. I don't understand the question. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What? Hold on. Too expensive, banana time. Yeah, it's no good. Hang on, what's the current issue? There's no current issue. There's no current issue. Guys, there's nothing. I'm just deciding what I want. Yep. Nope, no current issue. I'm just toying in my head different engine variants and what I would want. I do like this. This wouldn't be bad. Oh yeah, empty still. No. No. I don't want to mix engines, Tiger. I really don't want to. It might be what we should end up doing. $18 tons. Congratulations, you made new Jeb. Add a tank segment.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, funny man. KSP, I love when you play this game. At this rate, just scale it. See, Rocket Guy, here's what I was thinking. That's not bad, dude. It's not the worst. 1.22 is... So now increase the max payload cap and you hit a good baseline. Something like that, GamerTube. Yep. Mm-hmm. Do an engine section bigger than the tank diameter. You don't want to get stuck in a loop, guys, of, oh, let's make a bigger fuel tank. Oh, looks like we need another engine for a bigger fuel tank. Let's add another engine. Oh, now our TWR is too high. Now let's add another fuel tank. It's bad habit. Check the landing configuration. Rocket Guy, I'm gonna overrate that because extra dry mass in the form of other like control mechanisms. I mean, actually 1620 might, that's probably overrating it by itself. $112, dude. What happens when we get down here? Nice. 1.5. That's awfully high. I mean, we could do that. See, you don't want high TWR when you're in landing configuration. You want it to be right around 1. It's going to make it so you need to do a longer burn, right? But when you're coming into land, you're less likely to start going back up. Falcon 9 on 1 Merlin engine, even during the landing, still doesn't have above 1 TWR. Check minimum thrust. I mean, I really wouldn't go, like, what happens if we go, like, right here? 10% rated. 0.15. What about 50? 77. 70. 1.08 at 70. That's actually not bad. We could do that. I never played KSP. What happens when you finish designing? Do you just launch it and see what happens? Build, test, fly. I take it that this is reusable. Why would we be going over landing TWR if it wasn't? Yeah, of course it is. Rocket Guy, that's actually not bad. That's not bad. I don't mind that. Right at 70, it's... I mean, what happens if we're up here somewhere? 0.78. What happens if we go right at 1,000? 0.91. Hey, Envy. Set it to 80? What's 80 gonna tell me? I actually like this. Yeah, this is good. Yeah. I thought that it would be too much when we had this configuration before. No, it's pretty good. Like compare to Condor Delta V so we know that it works. Okay. We needn't look no further than I'm just gonna go look at a Condor craft file here. We're set to altitude. And then let me go up here so we get a more accurate reading. So 2351 on the first stage, 2544. Let me go find a Condor craft file. Yeah, RJ, of course they did. Yeah, it does, RJ. It's a good rocket. Well, 3245, that's... Our upper stage has more delta V than 3245. Actually, it's 4,000 in vac, but that's only moving this. Here, hold on. Let's try that. What do those numbers end up being? They didn't change. Yeah, robotical. Yeah, something like that. There's no shuttle engine in this. I don't think that's the right one. That's a next gen. That's a next gen model. I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's the one that we were used to landing all the time. Give me one moment.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Banana. Personal stuff. Hope everything's going well. Yeah, everything's going fine. Let's try going over to C9 here. This is a block 7 here. This is the one I was looking at before. Hey, just started a KSP YouTube channel. I was wondering if you had any advice. Advice? What do you want to know? Make stuff that people want to watch. It's that simple. Does it like YouTube? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't do YouTube. You know, like you got to make something that people want to see. So like doing stuff like SpaceX probably gets you some views. Just saying. AT tons reusable to LKO rendezvous or moon rendezvous? What does the Saturn 1B do, Bon? Or an Ares 1? It's just LKO for this vehicle. Yeah, that's the one with the shuttle engine in the center. It's got 2700. I'm not getting a good reading on this, though. Let me lock this out and see if that number changes. It doesn't. Okay. So the number seems to be 2700 here. Yeah, it seems... Yeah. Or 2544. And then vacuum is 29 on the upper stage. Okay. What's that, RJ? Oh, nice picture of the moon. Very good. .12 with this design. All right, Rock again. Yeah, that, I mean... I don't mind this. This is okay. But it's not... That 1.12 at liftoff, it's not bad. That's with the heaviest payload, so that means I mean, it's not gonna always have this. So like most of the time, this thing will launch. I doubt that the capsule that we make is gonna be 18 tons. I mean, it might, but yeah. And if we half that, it's 1.16. That's not bad. That's not bad. You're thinking like you're missing something here. The Hellfish, really where I'm at is, you know, we're gonna add landing legs. and we're going to add an inner stage, and that inner stage is going to need control surfaces, and it's going to need thrusters. Do the thrusters pick up off this? Because if they pick up off of this, then that's going to screw with our delta V. If I have it on their own their own system, you know, like this, how much mass is that adding? Like, if I have a redundant thruster system, you know? Wasn't Saturn V TWR around 1.15? Somewhere in there, or done. Yeah. You know, like here, this thing, let's just add this on here. What do these numbers look like with 3 tons of extra stuff? You know? 3 tons of landing legs and inner stages and whatnot. What about 6 tons? What does that look like now? You know, what about 9 tons of extra stuff? It's 1.08. That's what, it's not that I'm missing anything. I'm thinking about, you know, if we flesh this thing out, you know, we should take into account all the extra crap that we need. And then, you know, thruster systems, fairing, avionics for the upper stage right there. Probably will amount to about 3 tons, give or take. Now look at these numbers. They suck. They're terrible. That's abysmal. 1.06 is no good. That's not good enough for what we're doing. See, that gets us what we're looking for, but we're 500 delta V short now. And even with this design, are we 500 delta V short here? Yeah, now we're 300 delta V short. Now it's not, now I can't get off the pad. Now it's too heavy if I give it the delta V that it needs. We tried 6x1 skippers. Yeah. Yeah, we can... I really didn't want to stretch this vehicle like this, but... No, it's heavy. Here, let me just put the mass in 3 times symmetry. I'll just put that up there. Okay. No boosters, nuclear. Nope. Complicates integration, don't want to do it. And if I'm reusing the first stage, it's a waste of time. It'd be better just making the first stage bigger at that point, which is basically what I'm doing right now. See, there's something I'm not taking into account. The skipper's vectoring range is terrible. It's 2 degrees. But then again, you don't need much if the vehicle's tall like this. But see, not even... We don't have enough. 2,700. It's not good enough. So does that mean we're doing this? Like, now what? That gives us what we're looking for. But how is that even, like, how's that even like Condor at all? Condor is using... Actually, hold on. Let me just see something. Condor is 4 tanks. $28 times 4. Interesting. How does that work? Wait a minute. How does that even happen? How is 4 of those tanks at 2.5 meter? Huh. That's weird. Surely that this volume from here back core is less volume than something that's almost the same length at 375, right? Like, how does that make any sense? This design on the right has more fuel than the design on the left, despite it being 1.5 times the diameter. This has not rocket equation. What? No. This has to do with fuel. This is volume, not with whatever. Never mind. I thought C9 was 3 big tanks and a half. Nope, you thought wrong. It's 4 of these. I'm pretty damn sure, dude. Hey, Admana, 78 month resub. Yeah, there you go. Hey, no problem. We'll be here when you get back. Aren't C9's tanks clipped into each other a little bit? There's a slight overlap, I think. One, 2, 3, and 4. How's that possible? There's no way the volume checks out there. I mean, but I'm looking at it, it must. The ore tank is my engine structure. Banana time, yeah. $27.78, 1.36 TWR, burn time 135. That's the magic number. We should copy these numbers with our first stage. 27.78 at 1.36, 135 burn time. That's what we should do. It's based off of hierarchy, Kentab. Yeah, you can tell when this thing is working, when those numbers are right and when they're not. Those numbers are correct. I've flown Condor enough to know that that's right. Yeah, Cord, that's what I mean. That doesn't make any sense. Unless, I mean, it's most likely me missing something, but... What's the overall goal of this new program? End-to-end to the surface of the moon, Novus? Apollo, Constellation, or at least this Constellation second step. So I want a heavy launch vehicle and a super heavy launch vehicle. Ares 1, Ares 5. Saturn 1B, Saturn 5. Preferably both of them man-rated. Yeah. We looked into a trade study of trying to put the shuttle stack together. It does not jive very well with Kerbal's hierarchy. I don't even need to test it to tell you that. So, we're going with single-stick vehicles, so I'm kind of working on our Saturn 1B Ares 1 style vehicle. This is the medium-duty vehicle. Or medium... I say medium-duty, but it's a heavy-duty launch vehicle by definition. It's medium for our architecture, right? So, I want the ability to do EOR and LOR. So Saturn 1B and Saturn 5. Lunar Orbit Rendezvous or Earth Orbit Rendezvous. We could do either one. I want the first stages reusable on both the big and the small launch vehicle. And I want them both crew rated and ideally a common upper stage. Ideally. That's a stretch goal. I hope it's to the surface and back. I said end to end. I mean, end back, yeah, I think that including end back in there would probably be the right move. So I'm working on fleshing out a new launch vehicle that's going to work something like Condor. I want first stage, I want the boost back, I want the supersonic retropropulsion. I want to do all that. And then I want to scale that to a bigger launch vehicle. So think about taking Falcon 9 first stage, putting Ares 1 and Orion on top of Falcon 9. Right? I'm not sure that would work. It would probably have to be Falcon Heavy, but just kind of consider that concept in your head. So a Falcon 9 first stage, Ares 1 upper stage, Orion on top of that. Falcon 9 boost backs and lands, Ares goes and does its thing. Now, over here, you have something like Ares 5. So you have your Earth departure stage and you have your big fairing. Take the core stage and the SRBs off and put super heavy on the bottom. So from like the top up, I want Constellation. From the inner stage up, I want Constellation. From the inner stage down, I want SpaceX. So like Ares 5 upper stage on top of super heavy. Ares 1 upper stage on top of Falcon 9. That's kind of what I'm shooting for. Only, I'm not making exact copies. I'm making my own thing. You guys wanted my own design. You're gonna get it. Condor and Neptune, kind of like that passing. I think that out of all the different types of reuses that we've done, that was the best kind. I'm taking all the best bits from all the different space programs, Would you do a nuclear tug with this architecture? We could. I want to do capsules, Novus. Yeah, I think that would be the best way. It kind of gets screwed on downmass capability, but that doesn't mean we couldn't make a reusable second stage for this down the road somewhere. You know what I mean? Just like how they wanted to do reusable Apollo down the road. Flyback S1C or detachable bulkhead S1C and have it parachute down and make a hydraulic buffer out of the LOX tank. There were reusability options. So Centauri US at a J2X on top of Falcon 9 and Super Heavy. Something like that. I'm taking all the best parts of the different real-life programs that I like, or the best concepts, and then I'm taking the best concepts that I know about reintegration from KSP, and we're combining it all together. What other engines could you use? I like the Skippers. Skippers would make a really good first stage engine. They're overall really good. They're a little bit on the heavy side. They have okay vectoring range. 280, 320 is good for the thrust. 3 tons. It's not bad. Our shuttle engine's an option. I don't think I need shuttle engines. And they're expensive. Remember, guys, this thing isn't gonna... I don't want to, try and boost back and land it out of the gates. I would prefer to operate it expendable for a little while. Or at least have that as my expectation, How many Thud engines would you need to have for the TWR to be okay? No. They're too heavy. Too much dry mass for the thrust, man. You would need to have a bajillion of them, but we wouldn't have the Delta V that we're looking for. Yeah, I like this. This is a good idea. I mean, I wish we had something like an RS-68 in here, but it's okay. It's alright. $2768. Are we in? We're in altitude. 2768 at 1.2. 149. So we got a longer burn time here. TWR is lower. Delta V is about the same. And that's with our mass simulators, and that's with our upper stage doing its thing. It's not bad. And we're gonna need landing legs on this thing somehow. Yeah, these numbers aren't bad. I don't mind this. This is a good launch vehicle. What's the vacuum delta V on stage 2? 2600. Make sure that's closed off. Yeah, 2600. 0.48 TWR. It's not bad. I don't want to do overclocks on the first stage, Chief, at least not out of the gates. I don't want to start with overclocking. If we overclock later, though... You don't mind 1.2 TWR? That's just fine. 1.2 TWR is perfect. That's right. That's good enough. Considering that this is with full reuse back to the landing site SDX and 18 tons of payload, I think we're okay. Seriously, I think that's just fine. What's wrong with that? Genuine question. I'm a little worried about a 0.5 TWR on stage 2. You know what, Shaw? That's a good point. That's a good point because just like Condor, we need a very high TWR upper stage to be able to do the balancing act. If we don't have a high TWR upper stage, right? I'll go to boost back the booster and then we'll switch to the second stage and it falls back down. So we need a high TWR upper stage. The funny thing is that Falcon 9 has an extremely high thrust to weight ratio on its second stage. My guess is that that's for the exact same reason. Not because they have to switch back and forth, but you want to do reuse, you need a high TWR second stage. Let's mess with this for a second here. This is 2150, 2600 at 0.48. What if we did this? That's 1 TWR. Alright, take this off for a moment. Put that right there. Put that right there, and then give me a skiff. What was the TWR that we were looking at here? So this is Condor's second stage for the most part. It's 0.91. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, 7 skippers. Or 8 skippers. That actually will do us pretty good. Why? Why what? Yeah, Papa Bear, it'd be good to baseline it at 100% and then upgrade it from there. They did that with the shuttle engines. They did that with Saturn V engines, the F1 and the J2. Yeah, that's the right move. I do not want to overclock out of the gates. How about a shuttle engine on stage 2? You want a shuttle engine on an expendable upper stage? Your name isn't Bill Nelson by any chance, Papa Bear, is it? I also like wasting money. They're too expensive, dude. 18,000 a pop. That's kind of the reason why I'm compromising on the Skipper. Because the Skipper gives you almost all that performance for a third of the price. You get 2/3 of the performance for a third of the price. See what I'm talking about? Hey, if it works, it works. No. Shut up. No. No. Are they actually going to do that? What do you think the SLS core stage is, man? It's not the first stage. The boosters are the first stage. It's the Kerbal way! What about multiple aerospikes? Aerospikes would be cool, Jim, if they were vectored, but they're not vectored. It's fixed gimbal. That would not be good for a first stage. You need the gimbal to land. And for the second stage, yeah, maybe. But that kind of defeats the point of using an aerospike in the first place. The aerospike is good in an SSDO application, right? So a lander engine for like landing on Duna, an aerospike would be pretty damn good for that, actually, because you have transient atmospheric conditions. Why a high TWR? What do we get out of it versus a... Well... Okay, goalie, in real life or in Kerbal? Use a cow controller for asymmetric thrust to fake gimbaling. We could do that, Shimoda, but that would complicate things, but we could do it. It's doable. For the second stage, you could use verniers as control. Now, how many arrow spikes would we need to equal that skipper thrust? Skipper thrust up here is 650. The arrow spike, Jim, is 180. So we would need 3 of them, right? Actually, 4. 4 arrow spikes is 4 tons. 1 skipper is 3 tons. But we get a little bit of extra. We get a little bit of extra specific impulse, but we're weighing us down with an extra 1,000 kilos. See what I'm talking about? Everything is a trade-off. The way the devs set up the engine, it's all a trade-off. It really does. It really comes down to what you're trying to do. Which, honestly, that's pretty much how real engineering works. It's always a trade-off. There's always certain benefits, certain advantages, certain disadvantages. It really depends on what you're doing, and that's engineering in a nutshell. In real life. So in real life, goalie, a higher TWR upper stage will generally get you better low LEO payload capacity, like way better low Earth orbit payload capacity. Generally. But at the expense of delta V. You have higher TWR, usually that means less delta V, right? So that'll give you better LEO capacity, right? Because you could boost that thing right up into orbit. So high TWR upper stages are better for low Earth orbit stuff. So, but if you want to go further in space, you're going to need something with a higher specific impulse, right? You want to be the most efficient with your second stage because TWR doesn't necessarily matter. It really depends on what you're doing. You want to try to be as efficient as possible. So something like a Centaur in real life has like 0.1 TWR. But it's not very good at moving heavy payloads, right? To low Earth orbit, which is why Atlas V needs all those extra SRBs to push that thing up there to make sure it can get up there before make sure it can accelerate to orbital velocity before it comes back down. Because the Earth will suck it back in if you're not careful. Yeah, Nova said it better. Higher TWR minimizes grav losses circularizing. Bingo. Ariane 5 has that same problem, and Ariane 6 will have that same problem. But it's not really a problem, it's by design. Those vehicles aren't designed to move stuff like out to the moon. They're designed to put satellites out to GEO, so that's an acceptable grav loss. The efficiency outweighs the grav loss. However, if you have something like Starship, well, how many engines does Starship have in the bottom of it right now? Like 9 is what SpaceX wants to do? 9 Raptors? Starship is going to have more TWR than most first stages. Why? Because Starship is really optimized around going to low Earth orbit and refueling and then going somewhere else, right? So you don't have that problem. That's why the ICPS doesn't need high TWR, but Falcon 9 second stage does. Bingo. I mean, Nova's technically, SLS's second stage has 10,000 kilonewtons of thrust. Technically. I mean, if we're counting the core stage, it has a pretty high TWR second stage now, doesn't it? That dude. Nova's, I mean, you changed my mind. I love the Earth departure stage from Constellation, but honestly, Ares 5 with a composite EUS on top of it would decimate everything. It wouldn't even be fair. It wouldn't even be fair. That would be the best ELV if I'm going to go with one. Yeah. I would take Ares 5 RS-68s, 5.5 segments, and put the EUS in composite form on top of that. Heck, you don't even need the composite one. Just a regular EUS would be perfect. That would be just, that would be disgusting. You know what the funny part is, guys? SLS is basically Ares 5. It's Ares 5, but with 4 shuttle engines. It's basically the same thing. It just has a different propulsion mechanism because they needed to human rate it. It's close enough. And if you put composite SRBs on SLS and you give it that composite EUS on top of it, it'll rival Ares 5 in payload capacity. So whatever, it's there. The scalability's there. I'll take it. How could you replicate the composite EUS and KSP? It's hard to do that. It's hard to do tank wall because every single tank has the same exact mass fraction. I can't do tank wall thickness nor propellant density, Hellfish. That's why I have to make some compromises with my design. Now think about that, and then think about the shuttle that I made. How difficult that actually was to do. How am I going? Hydrogen and oxygen are stored at different densities, different pressures. How did I replicate that with the shuttle? Not easy. Oh yeah. Tank wall thickness is very, 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 very important in real life, and Kerbal really doesn't teach that because that's too complicated for KSP. It's not supposed to be like that, you know? How's the development coming along? Good, 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 good. I actually like this, fellas. I think this configuration is pretty good. I'm happy with this. Yeah. Hey, Chuck. Thanks to Hokie for the gifted sub. Yep, yep. Yep, Hunzister. Yeah. Yep, yep. It's always a trade-off, dude. And it's always a freaking losing battle. Always. Engineering is like Tetris, okay? It's like Tetris. You never win. You will never win. You're never gonna get out what you put in. Ever. You never win at Tetris. You just get better at it. It's like playing... I know that Pac-Man has a theoretical limit. It's like playing Pac-Man. You know, you're never gonna win. You just get better at it. That's all. There's just a high score. There's no winning score. Hey, Wolfpack. Yeah, Potzer, indeed. There's always an improvement. Yep. There's always something to min-max. Just like playing Factorio is the best game that demonstrated that concept. Ah, Swishio. Yeah. You combine them in the thermos and you release it. You get that. Best shot ever. I didn't know I started my engineering career at 6 years old. So would higher TWR be more beneficial for heavier payloads? If the payloads are going to low Earth orbit, Goalie, then yeah, absolutely. Yes, like Constellation. Constellation favored a bigger lander, so you needed a higher TWR second stage to get that thing up into space, right? And then you get the benefits of that bigger lander being able to, you know, get it out to the moon, the Altair, and be able to, you know. They favored more payload capacity and less efficiency for higher TW. They favored higher TWR for increased payload capacity at the behest of Delta V with Constellation. That's what they were trying to do. They did the same thing with Saturn V. The J2s aren't the best upper stage engine, but they're good enough. They're good enough to get the job done. What is the requirement for your upper stage? Well, in my particular case, Hellfish, I need a high TWR upper stage. You know what, fellas? I'll just show you why. I'll show you why we need a high TWR upper stage. Give me 1 second. Let me bust out Condor. I'll show you. So basically Constellation, but human rating Ares 5 to enable LOR in addition to EOR with either or vehicles. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Novus. Maximum flexibility is what I'm aiming for. Like Apollo. Maximum flexibility. That way, if chat says, oh, I want you to send a probe to Duna. Okay. Alright, fine. We can use our bigger launch. We can use our Ares 5 to do that. Yeah, easy. No problem. Oh, I want you to build a space station. Done. Skylabs. Finished. I want you to build a moon base. Alright, fine. Do a For All Mankind and make a Project Jamestown. Done. This is maximum on-orbit flexibility. That's what I'm aiming for. 2 vehicles that can literally do anything. You want to just send a capsule up to your space station? Fine. This thing will do it just fine. First stage comes back down and lands. You can reuse it another day. That inner deep space probe, right? First stage goes up, comes back down. Good, you can use it another day. You want to make a transfer vehicle like Constellation? Okay, send up the parts. Use the bigger launch vehicle to do it, and then send the smaller launch vehicle to send your capsules up there. Done. That's why I want to use capsules, because it's more flexible. Once again, the Achilles heel of this whole thing is that I don't have good down mass capability for back on Kerbin, but this favors on-orbit architecture way better. So we'll see more stuff like Project Mint Chip, or the Minmus Express from my older saves, or just bigger space station building, you know? Or bigger transfer vehicles. So we'll build stuff like Grissom on orbit with this architecture. That's really what I'm trying to do. Maximum on-orbit flexibility. We could do anything. You want to go build Want to go send a relay satellite somewhere, a reconnaissance orbiter somewhere, a lander to another planet? Done. You have the big vehicle that can do it. And if you don't have the payload capacity, we have high reuse, so I could just launch it 2 times, no problem. Maximum mission flexibility. That's what I'm aiming for. EJ just wants to use capsules because he wants a fleet of recovery vehicles. Don't do that to me. How many crew do you want the capsule to hold? 3. It's gonna be 3 because honestly, I don't like combining any of these other things together, but you never know. Maybe I'll use the Mark III cockpit and we'll make a Dream Chaser out of it or something. I don't know. I'm not really sold on any particular thing just yet. I would want to use that though. The 1-3 if we were gonna do a heat shield style pod, but I don't know. All right. Maximum on-orbit flexibility. Move. RTLS, bro, handy. Yep. All right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Go to throttle up. Hey, Motorman. Move t-shirts when? You guys want maximum on-orbit flexibility t-shirts? You don't think that would be misconstrued in any way? Isn't that the point? I'll think about it. Nominal is Tim's thing, Hellfish. Here, let me show you. I mean, today's a good day for that kind of double meaning. Well, we can always say that the smaller launch vehicle's birthday is for 2022. Better than maximum in-orbit lift flexibility. Yeah, it is. Yeah, no, I like move better. Technically, Starship is MOOF too. Technically. But that's with on-orbit refueling, but it's not bad. Alright, here. I'll show you what I mean here. So here's Condor, right? This is Block 7. I wonder if I have a C9NG booster lying around. Kestrel capsule. I'll show you why we need a high TWR. So Condor is one of the, I think of one of like 2 or 3 launch vehicles I've made with a boost back first stage. You can get the first stage back. It's possible. It's a balancing act though. And high second stage TWR is really, really dependent on it. And once again, Falcon 9 has a high TWR second stage. Falcon 9 second stage has 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust. On a 3.7 meter stage. 3.7 meter stage with 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust. That's insane. That's really, really good. That's really, well, not really good. It's really high TWR. It's not the most efficient because you're using kerosene, right? Let's compare that to like a Saturn V. Saturn V third stage, the S4B. The S4B is a 6.6 diameter. That's not good. It's a 6.6 diameter stage with 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust. That's like twice the size. Yeah, crazy, huh? You need that for that reuse, though. I hate it when my Schwartz gets twisted. It's reuse, Hellfish. It was short-lived, Bagel. It's not gonna happen, dude. It's really not. It ain't gonna happen. It's not, it ain't gonna work, dude. Integrating it would be way too complicated. I tried to take a stab at it and we talked it out and I'm just like, nah. I love the thing, I really do. But the only way to really do it would be to do something like, do it right, like be able to integrate it quickly, we'd have to do something like Saturn Shuttle. Meaning I'd need like a super heavy underneath the external tank with the shuttle on the side. Which means I need to redesign the shuttle. Which means I need to redesign the tank and the attachment mechanisms. Which basically is gonna, I mean, the shuttle's already complicated to begin with. It's gonna put me down for the count for 6 months trying to re-engineer that. And then I need to make a pad for all that to work on top of that? Nah. Not worth it. Sucks, but yeah, it's not worth it. Okay, here we go. Ready? I'll show you. Alright, so we're flying up. And once we get to separation, hopefully it works. I'll show you why we need that high TWR. It's pretty dang important, believe it or not. Did you ever fix the docking issue? You just asked me if I've ever fixed the thing. You know, the thing. Okay, so we need the stage to just keep going, ghost riding it, right? And then pop the fairing off, and now we just gotta let it do its thing. And now we gotta boost it back. Let me look at the trajectory. So while that second stage is going and doing its thing, look, second stage is flying further away, and it's gonna keep boosting its orbit up. I need to boost the first stage back. We need to make sure that our first stage gets above 70. Like I said, this vehicle, this new one that we're designing, is basically going to do this. I need to get it above 70 because I need to be able to switch. You can't switch when you're in the atmosphere, below 70 kilometers. And we need my return trajectory to... basically be right here for this to work right. Right there. Okay. So now we can reorient, or actually I just gotta leave it. So now we switch back to the second stage. Just leave that first stage there. It's above 70. We got it to a good boost back. I think that'll come back down near, at least near the launch site. So what is this new rocket for? New mission mode architecture. Something to replace the SSTO because I didn't like where the SSTO ended up going. Now keep in mind, fellas, this is just with 9 tons. The new one is going to put 18 up into space. So we just keep following this trajectory. Just keep following it on. Hey, Jackery. Got to do a little bit radial in. But see how the second stage also needs to basically circularize before that first stage goes below 25. Because if the first stage goes below 25, the game eats it. It'll just assume it's debris and it'll dump it. So we need a high TWR second stage to basically be able to circularize before, like this, right? Circularized before that second stage goes below 25. Now, if we have a high TWR second stage, now I can switch. And the faster I can switch back to the first stage here, the easier it's going to be to dial it in. I can aim for the launch site better with the stage because we're still high up. So I set the landing site as target, switch us to surface mode. Let me flip us over. I don't have enough to do a supersonic retro propulsion burn. Yeah, we're not coming down near it. I didn't boost it back enough. It wasn't good enough. I used to be able to get this thing back onto the landing site. I could land it on the pad. Vehicles transonic. Alright. Or just don't play any noise. That's fine. Oh, I didn't get it exactly right, but you saw the landing legs start to go. See what I'm talking about? But you see why we need a higher TWR stage, fellas? I need high TWR on that second stage so I can switch back and have the time to fly it back to the landing site. Well, fly it, or fall with style back to the landing site. Time to get good. Oh, jeez. Yeah. So you have having a bit of oomph for the second stage for all the leeway you might need, yeah. And perhaps... Yeah, yeah, passing maybe. We could put the little loop on this booster, the toroidal ring, and fly it back. If we want to be absolutely sure that that thing makes it every time, I'd prefer just to put landing legs on it. Because if you think about it, those landing legs on Condor do the exact same thing. Don't they? They do the same thing. If I make the landing legs out of wings, they're doing the same thing. I'm just going to make sure this stage deorbits here. Kerbal just decided to not make any noise anymore. What happened to the rocket that flew like a plane like you did? Chat canceled it for the SSDO program. Are there plans to do strikes like Booster 7? Maybe. Yeah, and I'm fixing that problem right now. You used to glide it in and land. Yeah, I know. You guys got rid of that. You did, no, you didn't remember that part? The whole SSDO by one vote, Gully? Yeah. Are you going to land the large rocket too, or just do smart reuse? Both of them will be landable. And that was my mistake. My mistake was letting you guys decide what to do with my space program. You guys can choose the goal, not how the vehicles are made. I'm not making that mistake this time around. You guys don't get to choose anything. I'll figure out what I want to make. And I think we got a good design here. The vote that was decided with purchase votes too. Yeah. Oh, believe me. Certain people heard about that later. Yeah. Imagine where we could be if I just did this 6 months ago. You know, nope. I'm making SSTO. So, you know, that one vote's like, oh, make an SSTO. Make an SSTO. And then I'm like, okay, here's my design for the SSTO. No, you didn't make the SSTO that I wanted you to make it. I didn't want you to make the SSTO like that. You should have done it the way I wanted to. I'm like, yeah. So you guys don't get to make engineering decisions no more. That's my job. You guys can come out. You say, oh, I want you to go to the moon, or oh, I want you to go to Minmus, or oh, I want you to go to here, I want you to go there. I'll figure out the rest. That's my job. Okay, but it's also one of the coolest things you've ever built. It is. And that was with not 100% reign over the engineering decisions. Imagine what I can build when I have complete control of all the engineering decisions. Look, I'm not blaming anybody, dudes. It is what it is. That's all in the past. Blaming people is not gonna get you very far in spaceflight. I'm fixing this problem right now. Okie dokie? You can stick ground anchors on top of the VAB. I used the VAB as a crane the other day. Nice. How budget work? Exclamation point M rules in chat. I'm not spending the day going over mission mode rules, guys. We gotta figure this stuff out. Forgive me if I sound a little bit like a dick when I say that, but like, yeah, no, we have to. Oh, it's 4 o'clock. Damn it. But yeah, I think this is a good baseline here. Okay, let's... I want to flesh this out just a little bit more. Yeah, blue. Well, yeah. It's good. Yeah, it's good. Okay, 6 engine config. Yes, passing. It's my stream and do what I want. No, yeah, sure. Okay, let me think about this. What benefits does reusability give your program? You save money, you get your first stages back. Straight up. I mean, it was... I don't even have to, like, I don't absolutely have to, like, reuse the first stage. I could just hit the recover button. My rules of mission mode are get it back to the landing site, so I could just recover the first stage if we really wanted to. Like, I'd prefer to just tow it back to the launch pad and reuse it, you know? But yeah, you could just tow it back if we really wanted. What are the cons? The cons are making the recovery vehicles will take a little bit longer. It's a little bit more complicated architecture. Like, it's just SpaceX with the drone ships, you know? You're saving money on the booster, but you're spending money on the boat. What's easier to do? I think it's, in real life, it's easier to operate a boat than it is to fly a rocket, right? Or reuse a rocket. So it makes sense. It doesn't really, it's not necessarily the case with Kerbal, but I want to be able to show people why reusability is a good idea. So why these engines and not shuttle ones? Yeah, Ryan, I talked through that probably about 30 minutes ago. Yeah. Go check out the VOD from when I started making this craft file. It's all in the VOD, my dude. Wouldn't the shuttle engines be free after the first reuse? Okay. You got the t-shirt design? Let me see. I actually really like that, AP. Can you shoot me? Can you shoot me that logo in Discord, please? You wouldn't mind if I actually did use that for a shirt, right? Switching, but wouldn't the shuttle engines be free after the first reuse? We don't need the shuttle engines. I'm telling you, we don't need that. You guys just want shuttle engines. We don't need that. We don't need this. I don't need 10 degrees of gimbal. I don't need 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust. I don't need that. This rocket works just fine with these. And these are a third of the cost. They're a third of the cost with 2/3 the capability. Why would I use shuttle engines? That makes no sense. Shuttle engines are also heavier. Is the added complexity, additional requirements, and processing time worth the cost savings and teaching opportunity? Yes. It'll be, I mean, notice it'll be one part of a much bigger thing. And honestly, I want the booster, like, back to the launch site. This thing, my expectations for this are landing literally on that tile by the water tower. So, even the recovery stuff, it's not like I'm taking it on a drone ship or towing it back or landing it over near the runway or something. I want that thing back to the landing site every time. So I could just literally put an SPMT or something under it and move it back into position, pick it up, vertically integrate it back onto the pad. Not even, like, we're talking super heavy style. No, you don't necessarily need to take it horizontal. I could, if we really wanted to. Like we could do that, but yeah, it's quick reuse. Same kind of stuff that SpaceX is trying to do. I'm repeating himself, but I like the idea of skippers now and vectors as a future upgrade. The thrust increase is almost identical to how the Merlin improved. Why don't we just overclock skippers then? Automated launch. I could. Could a system with one expendable vehicle at least as a backup and one plus reusable vehicle be viable? No. What? Why? Why don't I just expend this if I want to use an expendable vehicle? No. No. Why would I don't understand, Floaty. Why would I do that? Why don't we just expend the partially reusable one? Jeez, Hamelot. Yeah. No, I'm not doing that. I want these. Yeah. I want these. Not much benefit from automating with Cal, I don't think. Maybe for first stage trajectory rocket guy, and that's about it. In real life, first stage trajectory really makes a difference. But yeah, no. In Kerbal, it's not that big of a deal. Like, meaning that the trajectory for reuse for RTLS is going to be very similar no matter what. So. With looking for a consistent flight profile, would adding ballast to obtain proper weight be viable? Yeah, Dead Crew, it would be viable, but why would I do that? Because, yeah, we'd get the same ascent profile every time, but you rob yourself of Delta V. What if I want to send a payload, like a small probe to the moon with this? We're robbing ourselves of efficiency. Why would we do that? Yeah, I understand what you're saying, to get the same ascent every time, but that's where the second straight trajectory is way more important in that regard. Let me see, Wirelord. That's funny, Wirelord. I like that. APs, though, is really good. Nope, go for it. All right. I really like that, dude. Shoot it. If you could shoot it to me in Discord, I'd be really appreciative. Have you found ways to do closed loop with CALs? That seems to be the biggest drawback. We can't... Nah, there's no accelerometer in the game. We don't have an accelerometer. More importantly, well, we do, but we don't have an accelerometer that has a CAL input. If you had an accelerometer with a CAL input, it's possible. Well, more possible. There's more to do with it than just that. Alright. This is a good baseline. Just asking questions to get the rationale for your decisions. Yep. Novus, a little bit of reuse. Just a little bit. Not full reuse. Full reuse doesn't make any sense. Because I spend all the time thinking about building for full reuse, like the SSTO or the shuttle or anything else. Partial reuse, as long as I can get this thing back to the pad every time, that makes sense, because it's something that can be done quick. This is why I centered my entire architecture. One of the main stakeholder expectations for this is a big deal. Because in mission mode, you have to build the infrastructure out. Main stakeholder expectation is 45-minute integration time. That's absolutely a thing. 45-minute integration time. If you can't put the vehicle together in 45 minutes, don't even bother. Because if it takes more than 45 minutes, that means you probably built something way too complicated. At least to keep people's attention for 45 minutes on the internet nowadays. You know what I'm saying? We have to tell a story. You don't tell a story spending 6 chapters out of a 12-chapter book explaining the exposition. That doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, 45-minute integration. That's like maximum. That's a primary stakeholder expectation, dude. No, it doesn't, RJ. Clean sheet. I want a clean sheet design. My concern is to avoid development hell and risky processes. As Elon said, if it's taking too long, you're doing it wrong. Bingo. And you're allowing recovery vehicles once it's back, or are you requiring the infrastructure to put the vehicle back on the pad? What would you do, Novus? Honestly, what would you do? Serious question. What would you do in that regard? No, well, if the stakeholder expectation was reusing the booster, would you design the recovery vehicle with the rest of the architecture? Because with Falcon 9, they didn't have the recovery vehicles made when they first started launching it. They grew into it, right? So what do we do? What do you want to do? Do we want to operate the vehicle in expendable mode first? And fly it a lot in expendable mode and then work on reuse, as we go? Or do we want to... or do we want to do it from the start? I think that doing it from the start is honestly a better idea, but I'm wondering where you're at. Designing all the stuff from the start is the better idea. Now, with Falcon 9, the reason why I think they grew into learning how to reuse those boosters is because they didn't know how to do it previously. SpaceX wasn't NASA at the time, right? They didn't know how to do it previously. They had to figure it out, which is why they grew into it with Falcon 9. I think I'm way past knowing what works in terms of reuse and what doesn't with KSP. So I think designing everything from the start would be the right move. Either say with pathway to reuse or mandate reuse. What do you think, Rocket Guy? I think mandated reuse would be the right move for me in this scenario, because I know what works with reuse and I know what doesn't. Pathway would be more reliable in the end. But see, you gotta find, the thing is, Elfish, if you pathway it, that means it could end up like SLS. Well, also commercial company, they need the R&D to dev reusability. EJ, you just said that you don't want engineering decisions from chat. I don't want engineering decisions from chat, but there are engineers in chat, Swishio. I'm asking the engineers. Sounds like using streaming time is your biggest concern. It's a trade-off. You could spend that time to save the cash and teach, but you have less requirements, time, and additional vehicle performance with expendable. Yep. I say for you it makes sense to mandate it because when would you go back to create reusability? Bingo. Yeah, exactly, Rocket Guy. And then when we go to make the bigger version of this vehicle, it's going to make a lot more sense to do that. To, you know, figure out the reuse profile. Just like what I did with Condor and Neptune. Same thing. Yeah, Swish, I'm asking engineers in chat, dude, who I know are going to give me not what I want to see you to do, but the right engineering answer. That's why I'm asking them. I ask people that know. You always ask questions. It's always good to ask questions of people that are smarter than you, you know? I'm thinking expendable service module out of the box, Papa Bear. You could do a middle ground and allow a recover vehicle to save on time, but you're still taking on the drawbacks of reuse until then. Hey, Snow. What's up? Just got here. We're talking about stakeholder expectations for Project Ares. Well, fellas, here's the thing. With Condor, I didn't want Condor to be reusable right out of the box. What I did with Condor is make it come back. I made it land first, and then I designed all the other vehicles around it. The thing about Condor, though, is that I didn't know what was needed to make that thing reusable. Like, I didn't know, like, where I needed to put an attachment point or something. So it ended up taking months to figure out how to get that thing back onto the pad. Now I have way more experience in that. It wouldn't take very long. And I'm confident in myself to know that it wouldn't take long. Because I know what works and I know what doesn't. For instance, we tried for the longest time to come up with some kind of mechanism to flip the legs up on Condor 9. And then eventually we just made Fred and it took 5 minutes. See what I'm talking about? Remember the little rover, the little rovers that would drive under the legs and then whoop, they'd push them up into position? That was the easiest way to do it. And that's the way that worked. Nowadays, we probably don't need to do something exactly like that, but we could. I'm not saying do one way or the other. Just be aware of what you want for the architecture and the pros and cons for that decision. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Novus, I'm going to fall down in favor more of mandating. And if this was something that I didn't know how to do, like that I didn't have experience with, I would make it a pathway. But I have experience with it. I know how to reuse boosters. We can do it. I did it with Freedom many times. We reuse a booster like 4 or 5 times during the Freedom program. I know how to get that thing back and put it on the pad and make it work again. It's no problem. I'm not worried about it. Did you ever do a recovery at massive booster scale? I didn't, Ansel. That's where it's going to get a little fishy, but we'll see. Are you considering Mechazilla style pad? That would be a pathway, maybe down the road, King, but no, I want landing legs for now. At least for the small booster. If the goal is to reuse, mandate it since with the stream. Mandated since with the stream. If not mandated, since with the stream. If not mandated, that reuse infrastructure build will always be pushed to later. I think if you pathway it, at least stipulate a dated milestone for actually implementing reusability. Yep. Whitney, thanks for the raid. Space Explorer Raiders, what's up? Mandated milestone. I think mandating it and designing that equipment from the start would be better passing. Guys, this is not... The recovery vehicles for this rocket here is not going to be like the SSTO. You have my word on that. It's going to be more like Freedom, where we literally tow it to the pad. I pick it up, put it on the reuse, put it on the trailer for reintegration, take it up. It's going to be vertically integrated. No strong back, no nothing like that. That just wastes time. Freedom was the best way to do it. Believe it or not, vertically integrating rockets is the quickest way to get it done in KSP, especially with our gantry cranes that we have. That's the quickest. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, Hellfish, pretty much, yeah. That was, I mean, that's just the natural pathway. We can operate the first couple of cores expendable. Sure, no problem. Yeah, that's doable. We were doing our own SpaceX on EarthX. Nice, Whitney, that's cool. Awesome. Are we going to do ML and rollout or stack directly on the pad? Banana Time Freedom showed that stacking directly on the pad is probably the best way to get it done. But if we're using... See, that's something I haven't even thought about yet, guys, to be honest with you. We could do a mobile launcher, but that means we need to roll to the pad. And if we roll to the pad... Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of stuff to have in render range of the launch pad. However, every single time in the past, launch pads have proven to be rabbit holes, so let's be careful. False. Freedoms was not a rabbit hole. We launched more with that launch pad than I had even in space programs where I didn't have a launch. I was doing 1 to 2 launches a day. That's more than when I operated the shuttle with no launch pad, just hitting spacebar on the pad. Yeah, that's actually not right. That's not true. Freedom proved that it can be done. That's why I'm going to use it as baseline. Well, not baseline architecture. We're going to be using parts of it. The ML is just intrinsically slower, too. Yep. Something like that, Snow, if we get into contract stipulations. Yep. We'll get it, dudes. We can get it. It's doable. This is all doable. And this is a good start. I actually really like this. This thing's going to be really cool. Yeah, this is going to be really nice. I'm pretty psyched. Once I get the interstages, separator mechanisms, and everything figured out, I just put it together real quick to get some baseline numbers, and I do like these numbers. These numbers are doable. It depends on the pad, Wirelord. Okay. The no-nos when you're building pads with KSP. Here, I will show you right now. It's really, really easy. Okay? The no-nos. That. Right there. Don't try to make that. No. That will get you into development hell because that thing is complicated. What it does, it detaches from the pad. It goes into a hangar. You have to integrate on the pad. Horizontal integration's a pain in the butt. That gets complicated. Could I do it in Kerbal? Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I've proven that we can make that. This gets complicated. The easiest way to do stuff in this game, to put stuff together if you're going to make a pad, quickest and easiest, literally go back to the Apollo program. Literally a rocket on a stool with a service structure next to it. The Saturn 1B, they built it outside. They built it right there. They put that vehicle together right on the pad. Right there with a crane. With the bridge crane and a couple of service gantries. That's it. And the funny thing is that Saturn V is basically the same thing, only the pad moves instead. Because of weight purposes. Making a VAB that's big enough for the Saturn V move around on a pad is too heavy. That's why the VAB is far away. Download a mod to color the I-beams red. Because the Saturn V and the Saturn 1 is the same idea. It's the exact same thing. See the Saturn 1 right there? But it has a fixed pedestal and a fixed service structure. Saturn V, that pedestal is on the crawler transporter, and the fixed service structure is a launch umbilical on one mobile launcher. It's the same idea. It's just different things move. I might have to end up doing it that way. But... like, look, they're integrating it right outside, right there. That's Apollo 7 right there. See? Look at how simple Pad 34 was. It's literally just a crane that rolls back and forth. And then a fixed service structure and a pedestal. This is what I copied it for the Freedom rocket, and it works. I know it works. Oh, hey, beautiful. Oh, I love the red, Novus. They should paint the ML red out of principle. How did that sneak in here? Also, Apollo 17. It's a great picture. Yep. Yeah, they couldn't build a VAB that moves out here on the pad. It would have been too heavy. That's why the VAB is in a separate spot. But it's the same exact concept. Instead of moving the building, they moved the launcher. It's a smart idea, especially when weight is a concern, i.e. building in Florida. Now, when you're at a smaller scale, it works just fine. Once again, that's Complex 34 when it was under construction. This is like early 1960s. Right here. Look at how clean it all is. That's crazy. It's freaking clean as frick, boy. Yeah. Yeah, see? Look, it's a bunch of shipping containers up there. See that? It's like, it's so simple. That's what we're gonna do. So like ULA, basically, we could do something like that. Yeah, it depends on how big our big launch vehicle is. But yeah, that's basically we're gonna make something like that again, or just reuse Freedom's crane. It might need to be a little bit different because this vehicle's a little bit taller. Yeah, or just move it out of the way. I mean, it would be sick to do this. It would be really cool, but that means I'd need to build that, or something like that, and I would ideally not want that near my pad. Which means we'd have to roll out. Is the rollout part of integration? I don't know. See what I'm talking about? I'm not sure. They had 3 of them? Yeah, Jim. Yeah, 3 MLs. Oh yeah. Dude, they didn't screw around. Apollo was genius. It was genius. Dude. And I know it's easy to say in hindsight, because the shuttle looked so promising on paper. This is yeah, no, this is... Yeah, that's the right way to do it right there. It's a good idea. You just said keep it simple. Why do you guys do that? Why do you guys do that? I come up with a simple way to do something, and you say, well, what? You should probably do it this way. And I say, okay, if I do it this way, it might be more complicated. And then people go, oh, well, that's going to be more complicated. You said you wanted to keep it simple. That loop has happened probably about 30 times today in the last 3 hours. Like, why do you do that? What do you mean? Like, I'm confused. Stop doing that. Stop that. Stop it. Don't do that again. Don't do that again. No. I got this. This is a good idea. We'll work more on this design tomorrow, okay? I also just said moron. So if you used a mobile launcher, would you put the rocket on it in the VAB and then roll out, or stack the ML outside? Oh. What? I don't know what you mean. Are you talking about like that, the VAB, this VAB, right? Like the in-game VAB or my own VAB? It'd be my own, Ryan. It'd be my own. This is your punishment. All right. I'm taking a break. Yeah, it's 4:30. We'll begin Space News at 5. So let me put on a video here, and we'll go from there. I want some space links? Always. Yeah. That's a lot of space links. I can't open all of them. Okay. We have to discuss the decadal survey that came out, which is pretty sweet. That's pretty neat. That's pretty sweet. Crew 4, Axiom 1 recovery stuff. There's a bunch of things that we got to go through. But yeah, guys, for right now, when we're just kind of baselining stuff and figuring out and fleshing things out, we'll take it slow. So there's probably going to be a good amount of streams that are like this one over the next couple of weeks. But don't worry, I think that now that I was going to give myself till the end of the week to figure out the trade study for the shuttle, but honestly, it took less than one stream to figure out that that's going to take way longer than a week to even try to put a shuttle stack together. So screw that, we're not doing that. Yeah, we're not doing that. I'll use a conventional rocket, and then I think we're going to do capsules too.